Chocolate disc 0 redeemed first. Degree. Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says. Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says. Chocolate disc 0 redeemed Safety bot says.
We'll be right back.
Guess that's where all the flowers were. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a lot of sweet madam either because of that. Because I don't have.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says.
Testing again.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says.
Hard, please work.
Safety Kuma redeemed Safety bot says.
This is what I get for relying on aperture science technology.
Hello. Sorry for the scuffy
Chocolate
start.
Disc Zero redeemed Safety bot says. Safety Kuma redeemed Safety bot says.
Uh-oh. Uh, we haven't tested with multiple messages going off. Yay, Danny raid. I'm so sorry, Danny.
Hey,
Eh.
Dave Johnson was a hack.
Hey, it works. Oh, is this better? Is this better? Can you hear me? Okay, it was a little farther away. Sorry. Sorry again for the scuffy opening, but I guess I think I'm here now. We we tested this, like, obviously we can't test it online last night, but Safety and I were testing the Safety bot, the little bear there, to chat, because my glasses broke. I didn't break them; they just broke on their own, and I've been glassesless for 2 weeks now, and I was supposed to get them Friday, but the prescription was wrong, so the eye doctor messed up.
Murren redeemed Head Pat, Panda.
Thank you, Maru. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the head pats. Oh, it's Murhan. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said Maru. But yeah, hi everybody. Let me see. I need to scroll back up because I was paying attention to try to fix the bot, and yeah, thank you again to Dandy Danny. I'm gonna do one more shout out to her. Um, she was playing Genshin
See, it's
Impact.
just purple.
She's a really sweet
It's just purple.
a streamer. It's just purple. And she was kindly waiting for me to start up to raid. It was so sweet. But I'm like, I'm still setting up. I wish I could just hit the start button, but I was like trying to test everything and it wasn't going as redeemed or as as planned. But yeah, congrats, Chocolate Disco, on getting first. Let's see here. Maruska stopped by. Hello, hello. You're still there. I don't know. And hey, Morhan, welcome back. I'm squinting at my screen right now. I'm sorry. Uh, let's see here. And thank you to oh, sorry, I'm trying to look. uh, Dee, thank you, Dee, for following. I appreciate it. Yay. Let's see here. But yeah, if you guys want to, it's 10 channel points. Hi. It's 10 channel points you can redeem to use the Safety bot says, and it'll go off in the
Kiseki redeemed hi tilde.
it was Kiseki. Oh hey Kiseki. But yeah, have a good night, Danny. Danny, I don't know if you're still there. Probably not. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. I'm sorry I had a scuffy opening with all that. But yes, it's 10 channel points if you want to test it out. I can't promise anything because yeah, I'm not very tech related. So this is a little red panda. No, I'm not a red panda. I don't drink. But I guess that works. That yeah, I end up turning into a red panda. Or like pink panda. Yes, I like pink. Pink is cute. Pink is a good color. But yeah, thank you for the head pats, Marhan. I'm still scrolling. I'm sorry. Let's see here. But yeah, welcome back, Kiseki. If you want to test the little Safety bot thing, I've been working on that for most of last week, or not the bot itself, but rearranging everything. Like I had to make the avatars a little bit smaller so they have more space, but they can actually go up around the screen now. Isn't that kind of cute? So they walk around the screen. But yeah. I can't still play games because you know the motion blur that everybody talks about in video games that kind of irritates people's eyes and stuff. I have that built in naturally. So everything I see has this like motion blur. It's not just like blurry from nearsightedness. There's like multiple versions of one image that I'm looking at, and it hurts because my eyes are not aligned properly due to brain damage, I guess. So I was supposed to get my glasses Friday, and the prescription was wrong by quite a lot. So now I'm still glassesless, and but I'm like I'm gonna try doing regular streams. I just can't play video games right now because anything that has fast movements right now hurts my head. So I guess we can just watch videos or something. Oh, thanks, Rohan. Um, I wish they, I wish they really did work. I wish they helped, but no, sadly. Um, yeah, I'm just really painfully blind.
Murren redeemed granny glasses.
It's funny. It pronounces your name as Marlin or something like that. Not Merhan. So at first I'm like, what did it say? But yeah. Anyway, um, yeah, I was just gonna probably watch some videos or something. But yeah, feel free to test the TTS spot. Uh, it's the Safety bot says. You can type in some mumbo jumbo like I don't know. um,
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says.
I'm just gonna throw in something random, see if it says what I say. There is a delay, unfortunately, but I don't know why that is. I wish
Hey chums, it's Safety's replacement Safety bot. I'm going to run the world now.
we had it saying some really funny stuff last night. Probably not stream appropriate, but not. It wasn't like naughty stuff. It was just like having it swear. I guess it's naughty, but you know what I mean. It was really funny though, listening to the GLaDOS voice swearing.
DD364 Redeemed Safety Bot says.
But yeah, there's always going to be like up to a 30-second or so delay. So just so you know that if you don't hear your message right away, it's because
I was checking if you have a list of games you played, so I would know a taste preferences.
oh, sorry, thank you. I was working on Genshin Impact. That was our primary game, but I also play Final Fantasy 14. It's an MMO if you don't know what that is, but since there's like a ton of Final Fantasy games, the 14th edition was a MMO, and I've been playing that for, well, we took 3 years off, but we've been playing it since the very beginning. So, other than that, I tend to play like more cozier games because I'm really bad with horror. I can't handle horror. I'm a big scaredy panda, scaredy cat, whatever. And so I recently played Unpacking and also Bear and Breakfast. Uh, there should be a list at the bottom in the about section, but it's kind of buried in the bottom. But yeah, but mostly it's my husband Safty, who you might see in chat. He's technically working right now. He works from home, but um he uh he can check in and type every once in a while in between his workload. But yeah, we play Genshin a lot. We've been playing since day one. I just can't play it right now because I can't see and it hurts to see it. If it's simply that I can't see it, it's that it hurts to watch fast movements without glasses. So that's why I don't play it right now. I hope that answers your question. But or um your inquiry, yeah. Um, like it was a bit more aggro. Yeah, like Safety said, we had the bot saying pretty aggro stuff. Like not just simply taking over the world, but yeah. It involved probably like yeah, anyway. But yeah, it was nothing sussy or anything like that. It was just too funny.
DD364 Redeemed Safety Bot says.
Mostly that we we had it basically talking like Samuel L. Jackson. How's that? If you get an idea of how Samuel L. Jackson talks, that's how we had the
My
bot
games
talk.
mostly are Terraria, Warframe, Souls like Cyberpunk, and LOL Paladins, but taking a break.
Oh, okay. We tried out Terraria once. That was pretty fun, but that was like years ago. I haven't touched that in years. It's kind of it was a cuter version of like Minecraft, right? It was like pixely and world building kind of, I think, or digging. I forget. I think it was more digging than anything, but I don't know what Warframe was. Souls like I'm not good with those kind of games either. But Safty, my husband, loves those kind of games. Recently he picked up Kenna. I think it's called Kenna. Something about spirits. I don't know, but it looks like a Pixar game, but it's a Souls-like game, which is really interesting to see a cutesy Souls-like game. It was basically like
DD364 Redeemed Safety Bot says.
it was like basically watching a Dreamswork movie, but it played like a Souls-like. And Cyberpunk, yeah, Safty also likes Cyberpunk.
Terraria's
Oh,
getting new updates in future crossovers. Also got emulator and playing my favorite game Deception If.
oh, neat. Deception, four, right? Okay. I've never played that one. I I know it sounds really weird, but I'm not I'm not like even though I'm pretty up there in age, I'm not a big time gamer because a lot of things bother my sensitivities. But Safty, here, I'll do another shout out because if you want to follow someone that plays a lot of variety of games, that's him.
Found one inside a wind thing.
He drew and rigged both of our models. He's just a teddy bear model because
Oh, oh no!
yeah, that's him. But yeah, he's responsible for drawing and rigging all of our models. I am currently getting a new model made, a more quote unquote professional model. But it's gonna be a while. So, because it hasn't even finished the sketching stage and still needs to be drawn and
Murren
colored and
Redeem
rigged.
Safety Bot says.
But yeah, it'll be on its way. Hopefully by the end of the year, sometime. I'm not in a huge rush. I told them, so it's okay. But yeah,
This was a
Indy
triumph.
364 Redeem Safety Bot says.
this was a triumph. Oh no. You're actually using the GLaDOS saying what she is known to say for.
2 pixel souls like dead cells. That's gonna be a new update for Terraria.
Oh, neat. Oh wow. 2D pixel souls like. Oh, okay. Maybe he'll make note of that. He's always looking for new games to play, so maybe he'll check that out. Sorry. Sometimes when the bot can't pronounce things properly, I have to like squint at my screen. So if you see my eyes closed, it's like because I'm squinting at my screen to read it. I read off of my OBS rather than browser, so I don't know how to make it bigger on OBS, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I'm a very cozy type gamer, I guess. I can't handle scary stuff. Oh, have a good lyric. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you again for the follow. Thanks for coming along with Danny's raid. But yeah, I was just thinking to fill in some time, we could watch some videos, I guess. There was like this really neat video. There's this content creator that I've been following for some time that does a lot of Genshin theory crafting, and she has like 2 new videos up, and I don't know if anybody else watches her, but they're really interesting. So that's what I was thinking about doing.
Shishi_sussy Redeem Safety Bot says.
Uh-oh. I worry whenever I hear.
Here's a tip to increase the text size on OBS. Pick up your monitor and bring it closer to your face.
I wish there was the case, but they're locked in those the arms. I don't know. It's not a freestanding monitor. They're locked in those arms, and I put them. I purposely put them as far away as possible because when I normally can see with my glasses, it's supposed to be better for you not to have the monitor right in your face. So that's why I do it that way. But that is a good suggestion, but I can't I can't do that right now. I'm sorry. Man, you do the funniest things with the emotes, by the way, Shishi. I love that. Uh, oh man. But yeah, maybe I can wiggle it. It's just that I have so many things in the way of the monitors that right now it's really hard to even maneuver where I place them, if that makes any sense. I'm trying to move it right now. It's just that's why my model locked up. Sorry, because I'm looking away from the camera and trying to maneuver the monitor. Okay, that's as good as it's gonna get. I pulled them a little closer, but it's still hard to see them. But yeah, and the other option I have is I have a really old cell phone right here from 2018. It's just an old Android that I have, and I've had Fate Granddaughter on it forever. And I log in every day and I just do the check-in. So I'm kind of behind on that story. I was thinking I can also run and do that since I can hold my phone up to my face, and play it. I can stream that. Um, yeah, I don't know what else to do. So if there's any other suggestions, I'm all ears. Or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I'm gonna play these videos just because I found them interesting. And then there's also this one video that just came.
Shishi_sussy Redeem Safety Bot says.
There's another there's some like my favorite online, or one of my favorite online therapists, like YouTube therapists. A therapist came out with
You were fun just for playing gacha. I knew you were addicted, but this is another level, Panda.
I honestly have not put a lot of money into FGO. It was my very first gacha from 2018. It was the very, very, very first one. I probably put in maybe under 150 in all those years since 2018. So I just like saber faces. I don't know if you know what that term means, but it's anybody that looks like Saber. And Saber is Arteria. Oh my God, Pendragon. She's like the mascot, the face of Fate, the Fate franchise. Let me see if I can find Saber FGO. This is, I guess, the wiki. I'm just Arteria Pendragon. That's who I am talking about. But yeah, she's my favorite character. She's been my favorite character since I started seeing the Fate series. They have a whole line of anime called like Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero. Really good stuff. The story is really intriguing, although kind of sussy at points, but it's a really good story. The game is kind of it's not the best, but I don't think I'm at the good parts yet, apparently. I'm still on like Lost Belt 2 when there's like Lost Belt 6 just came out like last month. I'm still on number 2, so I'm kind of behind because I've been focusing too much on Genshin, and so I rarely ever play it outside of just logging in and every once in a while summoning for saber faces. They're called saber faces because they all are drawn by the same artist, which is Takashi or something like that, and they all look like her. So they all look like, yeah, here, saber view. I think that place or that thing has like something on saber faces maybe. I can't see anything. I know it has the artist. Okay. Yeah. This is a link to the artist. He draws a lot of characters. Well, a, a lot of the main people. And you can see how they all kind of look similar. The girls anyway. But yeah, I collect those characters drawn by him because I just like his art style for some reason. I don't know why, but I do. It's aesthetically pleasing. Let's see if I can get moving over here. Yay, it does work. Okay, so this is the video I wanted to play. It's like back info of what is known on Fontaine, which is coming out in September. It's the 4.0 zone, the newest zone that's going to be coming out. So we have Mondstadt, and then Liwa, Inazuma, and Sumeru. So now we have Fontaine, which is like a mix of France and Germany. No, just France and Spain, maybe. I don't know. Oh, Mediterranean. I'm sorry, France and Mediterranean area, I guess. And we have new characters coming out, and they've already announced those. So this is one of my favorite theory crafters and theory people, and I've really found her stuff really interesting, to say the least. So I'm gonna play that in the background, and if it's too loud, let me know. I'm gonna turn off the naturey music because
Safety Kuma redeemed Safety Bot says.
uh-oh, I'm worried.
Fontaine is coming up soon, but before we
It's a
begin
little
dipping our
loud.
toes in the waters, I think it's time to look back on the information we've had lingering for years. So welcome to everything we know about Fontaine from 1.0
That they meet
to
promotions.
probably 3.5 to 3.6, because I haven't been playing 3.7 in a while. Life has not been lifing well. Disclaimer, normally I compile the information in such a way that flows like an essay, but for this one, I'm going to be treating this like an appendix, where I just list down what we know and state it like fact. I'm putting this down through chronological order, with the oldest information we have first, then trickling down into the newer information. Furthermore, I'm more interested in compiling the old ones that we have into digestible bites instead of looking at the newer information. It's just so that we have a track record, since a lot of the old tidbits about Fontaine can disappear into the night, given that, again, years. So this will be from the very beginning until 3.7, since I haven't played 3.8 completely. Anyway, let's begin. Fontaine has been talked about multiple times years ago, with the most defining aspect of it being its beauty. The NPC Francis gave us a cursory glance into the romantic vibes of the nation of Hydro. My home is a country that reveres true beauty and elegance. Some people from other countries may find our dress sense showy and impractical, but for us, there is nothing more commonplace. Fontaine's first true reveal was in the trailer to vat chapter storyline preview, under the title of The Quest Masquerade of the Guilty. There is a line written into vat's Latin, which roughly means justice conquers all. Furthermore, Dainsif's dialogue says, "The god of justice lives for the spectacle of the courtroom, seeking to judge all other gods. But even she knows not to make an enemy of the divine." The two individuals who have ever attained the title of Hydro-Archon are the Lord of Amrita and Fossilor. The Lord of the Sweet Dew perished during the Cataclysm 503 years ago, and her consciousness was kept by Greater Lord Rukkhadevta when she was slain. The Lord has been stained by corruption and was allegedly unable to be reborn into a purer plane. As such, Rukkhadevta put her consciousness into the world to be anchored to the mortal realm, though the name Amrita sounds distinctly in line with Sumeru's
Really
dialect,
interesting.
so I definitely think she has more of a
How much
Fontanian
information
name alongside her demon name from the Ars Goetia. When Fossilor became her successor, Fontaine was essentially reinvented to the way
I
that
always
it is
say
now.
calling her name
How much
Folklore,
such a
but I
change
guess it's
affected the state of
Fossilor.
affairs is currently unknown to us, but we do know that the Lock folk such as Rodea were deathly loyal to the previous Hydro-Archon, to the point of defying Fossilor's title completely. The Steambird is a newspaper of Fontaine and is also considered as the main newspaper of the court. It's more or less an international paper, with readers and writers across the continent. There are two columns
Safety
that have
Kuma
been
redeemed.
revealed before.
Safety Bot
Mona's
says.
All Things Astrological and Long Urgence to Vat Food Notes. Mona's contributions to a column about constellations in the Steambird have become her most stable source of income. She has written a manuscript for the Steambird on celestial shifts and the
Depends on
relationship
if you
of
pronounce her
constellations.
name as if it is in French or Latin, I believe.
Different core events in the story, such as the
which
Traveler's
one's
battle
which?
against Ivalin, which made headlines for 3 weeks. The articles on it included expert interviews and
one's the French
high-quality
way and
hand-drawn
which one's the Latin way?
illustrations. The newspaper characterized the
Folklore is
Traveler
the
as a
French way?
straight-shooting knight-errant who
Fossilor
prefers
is,
leather
okay.
blade due to talking. Conversely,
see.
Kazuha made it to headlines for blocking the Muso no Hitatachi. The Iridescence Tour is a famous music festival that originates from Fontaine. This is the event that was mentioned in 2.2 by Sinyan, and then in the Lantern Rite Festival, in which different artists from across the world would perform to showcase their music. Following this, rock and roll came to Liyue from Fontaine. Because of its rambunctious style of music, though, it clashed with Liyue's more mellow, traditional music sense. And that's why Sinyan says that most people think that it's an awful racket. Rock and roll originates in
racket.
Fontaine and is starting to find its feet in Liyue Harbor, where Sinyan is pioneering the art. As the hub of creative literature, Sing Cho's novel, A Legend of Sword, is extremely popular in Fontaine, compared to its popularity in Liyue, which was nearly non-existent. Now that we talked about that, let's talk about the first peaks of Fontaine's advancement in technology versus the other cities. Now, as a pioneer of most industrial innovations in Tivat, Fontaine is known for their many machinations and machinery. The Mikage furnace is one of the 2 creations that help create and facilitate. The Mikage furnace is one of the current creations that they helped create and facilitate. Fontaine's contributions to this are twofold. One is the use of the reputation by El Dottore to fool the people of the Mikage furnace into trusting the innovative enhancement of the furnace, and the second one is that they actually helped with the maintenance, which is why Xavier was there during the World Quest. A few years ago, for the purpose of expanding production capacity, they hired a team of consultants from Fontaine. They built the Mikage furnace, a machine that can fully harvest the power of the Tatsugami. After the Mikage furnace started production, most of the consultant team returned to Fontaine. Only Xavier, who we just mentioned, stayed behind in Inazuma. But during one of the previous battles, something went wrong with the furnace. The part that stored the corrupt Tatsugami energy became extremely unstable. Work was halted in Tatarazuna and everyone was evacuated shortly after. Xavier took emergency action, and he seems to have set up a containment dome around the Mikage furnace. According to Xavier, though, Fontaine's regulations when it comes to emergency situations are less than splendid. Back in his homeland of Fontaine, they would normally have a vision-wielding expert diagnose the problem. Then, they would form a dedicated review panel to discuss and raise proposals, approve a solution, then organize the remedial work. But with Inazuma being the way that it is now, all he can do is try to determine what might be going on through naked eye observations and his imagination. He also mentions that there exists an 893-page-long document known as the Mikage Furnace Emergency Response Procedures, trial version, which may require revision. When Ramsay created the fabricated international travelogue, he included Fontaine. In the book, he puts it so that Fontaine has a kind of iron carriage that flies in the sky. It runs along an invisible road, allegedly. That book itself is fabricated, but Ramsay says, though, that not everything is based on the imaginary. For example, in the travelogue, someone made a super balloon. Then he summoned his friends and planned to travel around Tivat in this balloon in 80 days. Also, this balloon does not require a vision to operate. All it takes is some technical knowledge. These people travel around the world in the balloon and they encounter various strange things and phenomena along the way. This might be a reference to the book 80 Days Around the World. Speaking of technology, the energy system of Fontaine is different compared to the other nations. More so in the regard that other nations may not even have a unified energy system. Bertrand says that Fontaine is the most convenient place to live in for some people, but for others, it is not but a place of grief and disappointment. The energy system is special, but no one knows how long it can be sustained. Thus, they must find alternative energy solutions before it all comes crashing down. But the problem with researching alternative forms of energy is also because of the instability of the practice, which is why he endeavors to conduct his research away from Fontaine. Now let's talk about little knickknacks from Fontaine that we've seen so far. Certain world events have several items that are also from the nation. You can tell that this is Fontainian, considering their connection to clockwork, or their uniqueness compared to a lot of the other nations' gadgets being somewhat more primitive. The Wisdom Orb is an event item from the fabulous Fungus Frenzy that is used to capture and command fungi. Bertrand, the toy maker from Fontaine, was also used to making little toys from clockwork for mass production. However, due to the rushed preparations and a lack of helping hands, it is not impossible to say that there are accidents along the way. Bertrand also made something called the Great Machine, which is a little toy that uses an alternative form of energy. Another inventor created the ever-motional mechanical painting, which is a form of clockwork device that can be wound up like a spring. With that, Felix created a perpetual motion toy powered by a kinesis core to show off its capabilities. The ever-motion mechanical painting is made from many interlocking parts. If you so much as initiate a small amount of movement, this painting can remain in automatic motion for a long period of time, allowing you to safely leave it unattended. Hopefully it doesn't explode. The Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering is an organization in Fontaine that is dubbed as a paradise for researchers. However, according to Augustus Lovelace, it is where most mechanical creations originated from. But thanks to Mr. Edwin, most buildings in the Fontaine Research Institute are lying in ruin now. Unlike the Sumer Academia, there's hardly any administrative responsibility over the people of Fontaine, which makes this institution more so an independent one instead of a formal facilitating body. This can have its own repercussions though, considering that you're dealing with technology. The person who established the Fontaine Research Institute is known as Elaine Guillotine. One of the main projects that the Research Institute has was to address the waterline crisis from Renee's investigation notes and presently ongoing crisis research. As far as we are aware, there are two currently named races exclusive to Fontaine. These are the Lockfolk and the Melusine.
Safety
But I'm
Kuma
sure
Redeem
we'll get more in
Safety
the
Bot
future considering
says.
the richness of French literature. Or more or less so European literature, honestly. The Lockfolk or the Oceanids are species made of pure hydro energy. They predated the rule of the current Archon as they were created during the previous one. The Lord tasked them with spreading love all over Tivat and connecting everyone through the purity of the water. However, when Fossilor came into power, the Lockfolk disagreed with her order. At the moment, it's unknown if this is because their power was abused by Fossilor or simply because of conflicting interests. But regardless, the Lockfolk left on a self-imposed exile. This is the reason why Rodea is in Liyue at the moment. The other race was name-dropped as Melusine. They look like fawn-like, almost fae-like creatures. They're known to be diligent facilitators of justice, and they will do their best to uphold order, or at least its fundamentals, throughout the
Sounds
land.
like it might be.
The camera and the film are new additions to the roster of Teyvatian technology. This is mentioned by Xavier in his World Quest, where he developed the creation of cinematography and had us act in the Tatara Tales. There are NPCs who discuss the current state of Fontaine as being dangerously polluted and is filled by toxic fumes. There are also some NPCs that mention that the current state of Fontaine is nearly inhabitable, which is actually really fascinating when you look at the city featured in the trailer. There is also currently an ongoing waterline crisis that the Institute is hoping to fix. Easy to say that despite Fontaine's glamorous technology, they aren't doing a good job mitigating the waste that those very same technology produce. Now we move on to the legal system. The legal system of Fontaine has been criticized by Yanfei as being difficult and overall complicated, especially as a primary judicial unit. Other NPCs have also noted that the process is beyond taxing, and that the people have been experiencing hefty taxes for the tiniest of infractions. Patrice says that these can be considered as crimes if not handled properly. For example, if academic researchers at Fontaine are unable to produce thorough results, this will be seen as wasting public funds and misappropriating academic resources. Poaching or illegal hunting is also considered a crime.
I wish
the Court of Fontaine is also allegedly the ruling judicial body, in which it is a court composed of ethereal beauties and maidens. Apparently in Fontaine, there is a kind of transportation system known as aquarails. Aquabuses are dedicated vehicles that use them. Not only are they fast and convenient, they have Melusine guides on board who will provide commentary on the scenery. This dialogue is from Augustus Lovelace. The Narcissan Crew Institute was an organization in Fontaine from 500 years ago.
She pronounces
According
these
to
so
the lore,
like
the nymph's dream states its members through pseudonyms instead
all
of
the
complete
crazy
names,
words.
like Tiny Champion and Little Girl. Apparently, afternoon tea and parties were regular parts of the routine, and they would play their roles of champions, mages, and evil creatures. I'll cover more about these people in the future because I want to save their lore for something else. One of the earliest warnings about Fontaine actually came from Liban, who said that the people of Fontaine are currently at unease. The atmosphere of Fontaine has shifted and has become quite oppressive. He says that the locals are quite angsty, believing that judgment is soon to come. What that entails, though, is unknown and difficult to pinpoint at the moment. Now let's move on to the locations. Petrichor is a town in Fontaine that is a hometown to the researcher Xavier. The town is known for its beautiful pure waters and has been known to have a majestic waterfall. Flusonder is a location mentioned by Alice, and apparently that's where a small Melusine patrols the area by herself. Alice hinted in the event that there are any suspicious activities, such as an unknown outlander, this small Melusine will watch their every move. When we see this in the trailer, it appears as though it's the under area of the city. Opera Epicles is a location mentioned in Linny's character introduction. According to the introduction, the location doubles as both the hall for trials, the performance hall for Linny and Lynette's magic shows. Lumidus Harbor is a location in Fontaine that allows for travel in Chenyu Vale. Romaritime Harbor, on the other hand, is a harbor in Fontaine that allows for travel into the Sumeru deserts. And that's it for me today. This video is really just meant to take a further look into what we knew about Fontaine from years ago before we dive into the bigger information about new characters, lore, and locations. Fontaine is going to be massive and I really hope that you guys stick around. And if you want to see more from me, check me out over at freshcut.gg, where I post random shorts about both.
Huh? That didn't go through, did it? I know. I had to squint at it and I see it, but I don't know why that didn't go through. Yeah, it didn't go through. It's not even on the history here. Yeah, but this part is.
Objection.
That one worked. Did you hear that?
Shishi_sussy redeemed SafetyBot says.
I don't know why. I think it broke or something because I don't see. Huh?
I didn't know they added Fortnite into Genshin. They really can partner with anyone.
They added Fortnite? Wait, what? When? Huh? I'm confused. Where did you hear that? Where did you see that?
Fontaine's coming up shortly, and I want to bring to light 3 interesting characters that have shifted the air around the nation when they all dropped, and those are Femini, Lynette, and Linny, the 3 siblings of Fontaine known for their performative arts, each with varying levels of fame or infamy, whichever they prefer. Regardless, they're all an eccentric bunch, but as we dive into the lore, it gets even stranger. Disclaimer. This video will not be talking about any leaks, but I don't think there's been on any of them. I'm not completely sure.
Oh,
So don't worry
Fontaine
about
sounds
any
like
kind of
Fortnite.
concrete spoilers here, since I'm
Oh,
mostly
I
just
see.
theorizing on the trailers and official introductions that they have. Anyway,
Sorry, I
let's
had to
begin. Let's
sneak
start
in
with the
and look.
anticipated brother-sister wonder duo. Lynnie and Lynette were the featured characters during the Genshin Impact Devat trailer. Fun fact, if you're a veteran in the lore theorizing community, you would have heard that really old theory that Lynnie and Lynette were Sandrone, with Lynnie being the puppeteer and Lynette being the puppet. Obviously, that's not true since we now know who Sandrone is, but that doesn't make Lynnie and Lynette any less intriguing. Their constellations are known as Felis Fuscus and Felis Alba, respectively, the dark and white cat. Their call cards are the top hat in the teacup, at least from what we see in the trailer. We also have their card descriptions. For Lynnie, it's Spectacle of Phantasmagoria, while Lynette is Elegance in the Shadows. With the possible exception of the trials held at the Opera Epicles, Lynnie and Lynette's magic show is without a doubt the best live performance in the court of Fontaine. Judgment uses truth to deliver justice. Magic uses facade to reach people's hearts. They are also the core analogy and narrators for the whole theme of the eyes believe what they see, as they're the surface metaphor for Fontaine's extravagance. Let's start with Lynnie. He is the primary voice in the trailer that describes the atmosphere of Fontaine as being more than what meets the eye. He continues the narration by stating 3 important things. People expect their eyes to tell them the truth, everything is a controlled show, and magic is what you see with your own 2 eyes. His introduction text has the following description about him. On stage, Lynnie is a great magician in the eyes of all. Offstage, he's a reliable older brother, courteous visitor, and devoted friend. His every move is a pleasant surprise, every word a reason to smile. His whole being is like an indecipherable enigma that you just can't help
Sorry,
trying to
I guess
solve.
I have to be
If you suddenly
active on the
find
window.
yourself so close to him that you're confiding your inner devoted friend. His every On stage,
I guess it
Lynnie
didn't
is a
play
great magician in the
when I
eyes of all.
switch over.
Offstage, he's a reliable older brother, courteous visitor, and devoted friend. His every move is a pleasant surprise, every word a reason to smile. His whole being is like an indecipherable enigma that you just can't help trying to solve. If you suddenly find yourself so close to him that you're confiding your innermost thoughts, don't be too surprised. And it's that last line that really makes me interested in his character, especially with how insightful he is, with how Fontaine's glitter and gold are prominent cogs in the wheel. Now for Lynette. She's referred to as the more quiet of the twins, but nevertheless shares the limelight with her brother. In direct contrast to her older brother, who refers to himself as the greatest magician in all of Tevat, Lynette might possibly be the lowest profile magician's assistant in the land. She seeks neither flowers nor applause, avoids interviews, and generally tries to avoid notice. Whether people are trying to attract her attention or simply curious, she shuts them out with bizarre responses like entering standby mode and I need to space out.
I need
Only
to
the
do
very
that.
few among them, in the briefest of interludes, sense for a millisecond that they are secretly being watched. But by the time they try to locate the source of the gaze, it has already vanished without a trace. Yet the only people in the room are Lynnie, warm and hospitable as ever, and Lynette, whose undivided attention is being bestowed upon a teacup. Whether you would like to theorize that she is or she is not human is up to you. Though honestly, I'd like to believe that she's just quiet. Fremine is the new addition to the siblings, which is really a pleasant surprise. According to the quote in his introduction, Lynnie and Lynette have been trying to get him to smile for a while. He had only recently smiled when a dove emerged from Lynnie's hat. Fremine is relatively timid and shies away from the spotlight despite his siblings being famous magicians. Other people's gazes, responses, and comments make him uncomfortable and interrupt the rhythm of his breathing. He prefers to slip away and bask in the weightlessness of the ocean, pouring his heart out to a maritime flower. There's hardly anything to know much about Fremine except that he enjoys diving, which may have been where his name came from. But other than that, we can only theorize about him, and the prevalent theory at the moment is that he's keen on talking to inanimate objects. His social skills aren't the best, and while that is greatly valid, his constellation is also known as the automaton, which is suspicious. He also opens the line of the trailer by saying that he has a mission. Also, apparently in Lynette's introduction, Fremine was talking to a vacuum cleaner and scolding it to not mess with Lynette after the 5th transgression this month. And when you look at
Scolding
his
a vacuum
design, he has a
cleaner.
mysterious
That sounds-
device
that's
attached
really
to his
relatable.
back, which is meant to assist in
Give me
diving.
back my
He also
item,
has
darn
the
you.
most steampunk aesthetic amongst all 3 of them, whereas Lynnie and Lynette have the magician-esque flamboyance of 1920
You're not supposed to
magicians and
suck
the
that
roaring
thing up.
jazz era aesthetic. Fremine has the fantasy industrial age aesthetic. It's also cool that he's holding the bell in this card, when in the reveal of Linny and Lynette for the first time, they were in front of a clock where you can hear the slight ticking of cogwheels and whatnot. Now, let's begin with their theorized connection to Arlecchino. In the trailer, it is revealed that the person
Arlecchino.
they're performing the show for is Arlecchino, and that she was
Arlecchino.
scolding them for thinking themselves as magicians when they were in fact actors first and foremost. It also doesn't help Arlecchino's current stature and the presence of the orphanage she is currently the head of. So the prevalent theory is that Arlecchino is currently in charge of the 3 siblings. It also doesn't help knowing Arlecchino's current stature and the presence of the orphanage she is currently the head of. I also like how their color palettes kind of complement each other, with black and white being their primary motif with their individualized accents of red, teal, and pink. But their genetics are what's most curious. Linny and Fremine look relatively human, but Lynette has feline features. Fremine also has theories of not being organic, but honestly, we could just theorize that he might just be shy. So I want to discuss their origin. The first theory is known as the orphanage origin, in which they were all family from the House of the Hearth. Considering their young
Really
age in the
interesting.
present, it's possible that they were adopted very early on, especially with how close they are with each other. Linny being aware of how charades and pantomime works in the realm of Fontaine, and Fremine mentioning something about a mission. I like to believe that their parents are most likely half human or half hybrid, considering that Lynette has that kind of genetics. Whatever happened to their parents, though, is going to be up to us to find out when they finally release as characters. What's
Yeah,
also
that's gonna
nice
be
is that
really,
this means that the
really
3 of them
interesting.
could have Snezhnaya names similar to Alfonso, to which they could have possibly just replaced the names with Linny and Lynette to keep up the duo act for the magicians. Fremine, though, seems to have the diversions, considering his occupation as a diver instead of something that targets the surface politics of
I
Fontaine.
always thought it was like
It's very much
Fremine.
possible that he was specifically
Not
designed
Feminine.
to delve into the more ancient aspects of Fontaine, especially with underwater cities. Most of the ruins of Fontaine exist underwater, so to have a sleeper agent be able to access
I don't
that
know
kind
if
of
I'm looking
archaic
forward to
history
this.
is very crucial. Whether or not you respect the
combat
theory that
thing
Fremine
underwater?
could possibly be human is
So
not
weird.
relevant here, but it could also be added that in the event that he was an automaton that doesn't require air, it would actually be pretty smart to send him down there. But just from the description that we
Safety Kuma
have,
redeemed
he's just a
Safety
professional
Bot says.
diver. It's also mentioned though that Fremine doesn't take public commissions, but is nevertheless well versed in his craft. So my guess is that Linny and Lynette's main role is to be the eyes and the ears of the Fatui for the political affairs of interest.
In Soviet Snezhnaya, the orphanage adopts you.
Perform in might be the primary location of judicial matters, and also doubles as a
Orphanage
performance hall. It would
adopts
also
you.
make sense for Linny
Jeez.
to be the more vocal of the 3, considering that he is the oldest. But I don't completely think that they're loyal to Arlecchino. It takes the right time, place, and people to truly control the show. I wonder if that's also
Oh.
how he sees Arlecchino,
Hey,
thinking that
Atlas,
she's
sorry.
just a part to play for the comfort
Wait,
of
you
himself
can't
and
see.
his
I
siblings.
can see if
Like
I
a means to an end.
like I can see
That would
purple,
give their character a layer of
purple
agency,
blob where
while
your
also
name
cementing
is.
Arlecchino's prestige as a
I
good
remember your
bargaining
name
chip
being
for
long,
loyalty.
so I had to
We
guess
all
that's
know
you, so
that
I
all 3 of
squinted
them are
at
going
my
to be
monitor,
playable,
and I'm like,
so we
"Yep,
need to
that's
theorize
you.
this with the assumption
Welcome
that
back."
regardless of the storyline, we will end up in relatively amicable terms. This is just a core design philosophy at this
I'm
point
just-
for Genshin's
I
characters.
can't play games right
but that
now,
doesn't mean it
so
has to start this way. It's
I'm
possible that the
just
cutscene with
streaming
Arlecchino
'cause
has already
I know it's
foreshadowed
been
that
too
they're
long
actors,
already without
that she
streams,
might
and
as
I
well
feel
use
really
to
bad
infiltrate the court
for
of
anybody
Fontaine,
that
especially since Linny and Lynette are already prevalent icons
don't
in
know,
Fontaine as entertainers.
wants to
This
watch
Shishi
would actually be
underscore
similar to
Sussy
2 other
redeemed
instances of
Safety
people from
Bot
the House of
says.
the Hearth being sleeper agents in their
So-
original nations. The Odochka had Inazuma lineage and
watching
was sent to
a
Inazuma
theory
to pose as
crafter
a shrine
that
maiden
I
when she
really
came of
enjoy.
proper agent training. But this isn't really limited to playing just
I
magic.
invited your best
Other
friend,
things
the
became
companion
agents
cube.
after
Of
the
course, he
successful
couldn't come
combination
because you
between the
murdered
House of
him.
Fatui and the
Wait,
House of
what?
the Hearth. It's also easier to manage orphans
Companion
versus
cube?
actual soldiers, for the sole
Wait,
reason
what?
that they don't know anything else besides the orphanage. A good example is Throfin, who posed as a Fontanian
I
and
can't hear
infiltrated
you, Safty.
Gardarvaville to assist
What?
in the
Oh, it's
Taurus
from
plans.
Portal. Oh, okay.
I'd actually be really interested in this kind of dynamic between the Traveler and the trio, especially since we've seen the reverse be fulfilled. Antagonists being relatively
I don't
amicable
even
or
know.
friendly towards the Traveler
gonna
upon
rewind it 'cause I
playability
didn't catch
has
any
been a
of
trope
that.
done before through
I was being
Tartaglia and
distracted.
somewhat
Arwen
icons
News,
in
the
Fontaine's
Overlord redeemed
entertainers.
Safety
This would
Bob
actually
says.
be similar to 2 other instances of people from the House of the Hearth being sleeper agents in
And
their
there's a
original
bit of a
nations.
delay, by the
The
way,
Odochka had
sometimes,
Inazuma
so
lineage and was sent to Inazuma to
there's a
pose
bot
as a
that says
shrine
what you
maiden when
redeemed,
she
and
came
then
of proper
another
agent
bot that will
training.
kick
But
in.
I
this
just
isn't really
wanted to
limited
see how this says my name, Edie.
Oh, it's a different bot that says your name and then another bot that speaks your message. Because we want, well, Safety liked the GLaDOS voice, which we can't apply to the other part because it's not tied directly to it. So yeah. Well, how did it say your name? I wasn't even paying attention. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's it.
To playing just
Arwen News, the
matchmaker.
Overlord
Orphans
Redeemed Safety Bot says.
Owen is. Yes, the. We try again. Oh, okay, okay. We're gonna hear the other bot say it. I got it. Now I'm waiting for it to see what it says. The bot's supposed to like move when it whenever it talks too, so I wish there wasn't a delay, but I don't know how to undo that. Wonder why it's not going. Oops. When I click away, sorry, it disappears. I'm trying to find. See, this time that didn't show up again. Like I can see your last message just says.
I just wanted to see how this says my name, Edie.
But it doesn't say when you typed in your whole name. Maybe it doesn't know how to register that word because it did that earlier with another funny word that Safety said, right? That is long. Yeah, it's up to 30 seconds. I don't know why it is, but I don't think it's going to say it. Probably not. I don't see it on the queue because I'm looking at the queue on another browser and it doesn't show that. Like I see.
I invited your best friend, the companion cube. Of course, he couldn't come because you murdered him.
_sussy Redeemed Safety Bot says.
Uh-oh. I wonder if it'll show this. It's not even showing that one. Maybe it doesn't want to I don't know, that's weird. Let me see.
Pandagiri Redeemed Safety Bot says.
Why isn't it not showing up now? Does it only have so much that it can take?
Testing, test.
Oh, that one worked. Maybe it's just like.
Arwen News, the Overlord Redeemed Safety Bot says.
I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't use this bot. I wanted to. Yeah, it is really scuffy, but it is in beta. So, oh no, beta. Yeah, so it is in beta. So maybe that's probably why there's.
I'm too afraid to say it because Arwen's infinite power would overtake my body and cause me to bow down, dance. Why say
Oh no! Safety? It like, wow! It finally stopped, but wow! You were right. You called it, Atlas. It had your power. It was too much for it, I guess. That was so funny. That was chaos. I loved it. At least it stopped. I hope it didn't break. Oh, let me. I'm gonna
Pandagiri Redeemed Safety Bot says.
became the perfect agents after their successful indoctrination into the cause of the Fatui and the House of the Hearth. It's also easier to manage orphans versus actual soldiers.
Small message to see if it broke.
They don't know anything
Nope,
else
it didn't.
besides the
Yay.
orphanage. A good example is Throfin, who posed as a Fontanian and infiltrated Gardarvaville to assist in the Taurus
like
plans.
it said it
And actually
would
be really
overtake my
interested in
body
this
and
kind
then
of
it
dynamic
overtook
between the
its
traveler
body.
and the trio, especially since we've seen the
You
reverse be
foretold the
fulfilled.
future.
Antagonists being relatively amicable or friendly towards the traveler upon playability has been a trope done before through
Ringo
Tartaglia
Aspen
and
redeemed
somewhat the
Goodwill,
Wanderer.
H2O.
So the reverse of a betrayal
Oh,
would
hey,
absolutely
Ringo.
hammer in their uniqueness as characters
Safety,
and the
actually, can
core
you give
theme
me
of
some
Fontaine's
water?
Smoke and Mirrors. They could be aware of the traveler's endeavors through the
Ringo
court,
Aspen
or even
redeemed
find a way to
Safety Bot
manipulate their
says.
reputation in such a way that favors Arlecchino's endeavors. I mean, friends in high
There's a
places are
delay
a
on
really
the
important
chat
asset
bot,
to have.
but-
As for their different lineages, it
Thank
could
you
be
for
one
the
of several things.
Sorry.
One is just the genetic
can't
Ringo
see.
Panda,
will
Ringo
decide
Pop,
for them.
Ringo Bounce,
Little
Ringo
rhyme
Pop,
or
Ringo
logic,
Bounce.
where the latent feline features only manifested in one of them. It's
I love
also
how
not
it
like
says the
lineage
names
is
of
Shishi
your-
free of the
underscore
feline
Sussy
allegories
redeemed
either,
Safety Bot
considering his
says.
constellation and the cat sigils on his costume.
So,
But if
okay,
we're going for the
so
Fatil
you only
orphanage
break
theory, which is a
when
bit
I
more
do it.
morbid considering everything, I wouldn't doubt that
mean bear?
experimentation
Oh,
is
no.
an unfortunate
I'm
possibility.
sorry,
but I really
Atlas.
doubt that's the case. Since the
Bird,
orphanage, as
bird,
far
kill
as we
it,
know,
it's
which
evil.
isn't that far, doesn't have the
Bird,
same
bird.
cruelties as the tourist
Kill
funny
it, it's
farm
evil.
because
Wait.
they're actually being treated like potential
Huh?
citizens of Snezhnaya.
In the
I also
fridge.
find it fascinating that Arlecchino scolds Linny and Lynette like how a parent would chastise a macaroni
hold on.
drawing.
I need
One
to...
is just the genetic makeup
need to
that
rewind it
Koyo
again, 'cause
decided
I
for
wasn't
them,
paying
with
attention.
little rhyme or logic, where the latent feline features only manifested in one of them. It's also not like Linny is completely free of the feline allegories either, considering his constellation and the cat sigils on his costume. But if we're going for the Fatil orphanage theory, which is a bit more morbid considering everything, I wouldn't doubt that experimentation is an unfortunate possibility. But I really doubt that's the case, since the orphanage, as far as we know, which isn't that far, doesn't
Oh,
have the
thank
same
you.
cruelties as the tourist funny farm because they're actually being treated like
Thank
potential
you for the
citizens
redeem,
of
the water
Snezhnaya.
redeem. I'm drinking
I also
water
find
now.
it fascinating that Arlecchino scolds Linny and Lynette like how a parent would chastise a macaroni drawing. Arlecchino believes that magicians and magic from their perspective is too mellow of a word to describe the performative role the twins play. And if we're following the theory that they're sleeper agents, I can see why Arlecchino is scrutinizing Linny's perspective of fun. Being an actor means donning a mask both in and outside of the dazzling performance, whether it be through political, social, or economic pursuits. She most likely thinks that their magician role would only limit their potential as agents, considering the eccentricity and juvenility of measly card tricks or drowning your assistant being reduced to something just, quote-unquote, fun. Now for the contradiction. If we're going to theorize that they're connected to Arlecchino, we also need to theorize that they aren't connected at all. It's also very much possible that they're just accomplices or were truly just performing for Arlecchino, much like how aristocrats would book private shows from popular entertainers. It's also possible that Linny and Lynette were just examples that Arlecchino was comparing herself to, in which she's the central star and ridiculing Linny and Lynette's role as magicians. I can also see this moment as her thinking that Linny and Lynette's acting abilities are wasted on magic tricks,
Are you looking
which are
forward
nice
to
on the
Fontaine?
surface, but aren't nearly as flexible as the acting
Are
that
you
she's
gonna
about
pull
to do.
for
Linny and
Arlecchino?
Lynette could be the
Linny and
representation of the
Lynette
entirety of Fontaine, of which the extravagance of the
Atlas.
court is fun, but nevertheless
I'm
unable to
tempted
reach
to
far
break you
beyond
again by
surface level
redeeming it.
amusement.
You could
Except
try.
that she,
I probably
a good
wouldn't
actor,
repeat a
can
word.
control all facets of the show, unlike Linny
Maybe that's
and
what broke
Lynette.
it. I will occasionally
But that's
throw
it for
in
me
quotes
today.
from
What are your
Gladys.
thoughts on
Shishi
these things?
underscore
I personally
Sussy
like
redeemed
them.
Safety
Well,
Bot
I
says.
guess we're just going to have to wait
I
and
just
see.
want to type
Do you
E
think
a
that they're
few
really
times
going to go
see-
against the
uh-oh.
Traveler and Paimon as Arlecchino's spies? I am curious though. I
Go
really
ahead.
hope that they are part of
I
the
guess,
orphanage
I mean-
and that this isn't just a red herring.
It's there for
I
chaos,
do
right?
hope that that
Shishi
theory is
underscore
correct.
Sussy
But
redeemed
anyway, my
wellness.
You
name's
know what
Arthur. Thank
else
you for
we
chilling
should
with me.
redeem? His backflip o'clock panda. You better do some stretches to be safe.
Eh? Some stretches. Stretches? Some of these videos on this looks. Why no one plays Shao? Ouch. Oh man. Interesting.
Arwen Hughes, the Overlord redeemed Safety Bot says.
Oh, and thank you for the stretching. I will stretch. Yes. Actually, you know what? I really need to use the little pandas room, so I'm going to turn back on the music.
I'm going to pull for every character in Fontaine.
Kuma
My
redeemed
current plan
Safety
is to
Bot
get
says.
0 of every character, but I will be sixing the Archon because, well, Hydro, you know.
Okay, you have a point. Yes, you like Hydro. That's right. That's right. You really like your Hydro characters. This is your zone.
Nobody
isn't it?
plays Kea because he is the top cause of having to replace your keyboard. Humans tend to break their spacebars.
Oh my god. Okay, I will be right back, and then I guess you guys have anything else you want me to watch or anything that's like safe for work? Feel free to post. Oh wait, I don't have links. That's right. Darn it. How can I fix this? Can you DM that to me? I don't know how that else will work. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Oh my god.
Oh, Panda, I've been laughing all night. Not for good things. They have been saying the most crazy stuff. I'm dying here. Help me, Panda.
We're playing Stardew Valley. But
I'll keep that in mind for my next bullet wound.
Tiva in my bullet wound
I
on
used to
coming
be a
forward.
Stardew. New server, who this? The lady who took Panda line from us. Aw, no,
no.
she's not gone. I'm just tired of being called Paladin, so I've been wanting to
Now-
change it, but I couldn't figure out what to change it to, so I changed it.
Now it's Tsukade Panda.
Yeah, Sukade Panda. Sukade Panda is a tired panda. Wow. I turned down.
You scared the Duke out of Paimon!
The Duke?
Did you
The
remember?
Duke.
The Duke. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I can't switch to Saturday, I can't switch to Ganyu when I'm under here.
You might have to change locations. Here. You can take my pillar down. Can I put an albedo elevator on top of the pillar?
That's funny though.
I don't
Oops.
think that works. Chibi Master Race confirmed.
Yes, Chibi Master Race. Yes, yes. They could fit under the bookshelf. Nobody else can. Ha ha! Eat that.
Mamma mia, it's a mia, Sartorio. Come and eat some of your frozen pizza in the freezer section.
Oh my god.
It's just like in the Emerald country. Except the frozen.
Oh my god. Look at, he stares into your soul.
Gladly.
Okay.
Oh fuck!
Oh no!
No! Oh fuck!
What did you do?
Oh!
Oh man.
Oh my god!
Did you just dive off? Oh man.
Mistakes were made.
Yay, I got 2 golds.
Yay.
Have been saying fiber uppercut.
Fiber! 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 Uppercut!
Oh
Fiber
my
knee.
god. Oh my goodness.
Alright.
Why can't I just picture the silly image of like that Sealy went all over the.
He's level 3. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Oh no.
Ah.
Hi. I'm back. There was something I was supposed to do and I don't remember what it was. Uh-oh. I'm hyped for Fontaine because of 2 things. A death of my wallet, because Hydro, and B, I'm oh yeah, you're French, that's right. Fontaine is based on France. Its name is literally the French word for fountain.
I Panda
Oh,
Concha.
Yoshikuni
hey,
Kaito redeemed
Yoshi.
Safety Bot says.
Wow, that one came in first. That time Safety, the bot said it first, and then the other bot said it, the redeem part last. Something is wonky. But hey, Yoshi, I'm sorry. My bot is scuffy, or the bot is in beta stage. I can even show you the link that I'm using. This is what I'm using for the bot, and we just set it up last night, and it seemed to be working okay. But it's been really, I don't know. weird today so far. So
Shishi_sussy redeemed Safety bot says.
see, there's one bot that says the redeem that's built into Mix It Up, and then there's that bot that I just linked.
Always keep them guessing, never let them know your next step.
Shishi. That's a good one.
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
Oh, hey, Fido. Welcome back. How are you? I just got back from using the using the little pandas.
I like trains.
You like trains? Thank you for clarifying that. How are you? I'm sorry, I can't you I have to like squint at my screen. If I'm sitting back in my chair like right now, I can't read anything. I just see white and pink blurs. Oh, and I see your blue blur, should I say. And I can see the icon for what Safety drew for the bamboo cuttings. I can see green, pink, and blue and white on my chat screen. I just see like white lines going across and then pink blotches every once in a while. And yeah, I really can't see anything. So but yeah, chatbot is there. Hopefully it's not too expensive for everybody. There is a delay. It can take up to like 30 seconds sometimes, which is annoying, but I think this beats me just staring and squinting at my screen the whole time. It's less of a migraine headache. But yeah, um, I really can't read anything because unless I'm like right up against the screen. Like someone just came in. Oh, hey Viz. Hey, welcome back. Long time no see. Sorry, I can't really see you unless I'm like squinting at my screen because I don't have any glasses.
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
They broke and the shop was supposed to finish them on Friday, which it was fine, except the prescription was off. So I am glassesless still. I have an old pair from 2 years
Here's an idea, one of those sleep streams. You go to sleep and we'll just be here.
What? No, I'm not gonna do a sleeping stream. I don't even need to go to sleep right now. I'm not tired. Why would I want to sleep on a stream? I don't know. I miss hanging out with people and talking with them. It gets so lonely now that when I stopped, for a few weeks because of lack of glasses, I'm thinking it's gonna be about 2 weeks, and then nope, it's gonna be longer because my glasses got screwed up. And I'm like, it is so boring. I was trying so hard to update the stream and do all the little extras and stuff and tweak things and stuff.
Shishi_sussy redeemed Safety bot says.
It's just hard to see things, so I can only do things in small bursts. So that's why it took me like 2 weeks to do everything. I have my old glasses that I pop on to read every once in a while, but I can only use them for like.
We'll keep ourselves entertained with its Trust Us Panda Kappa.
The TTS. I'm glad you're enjoying it, but yeah, I have my old pair
Arwen
from.
News the Overlord redeemed Safety bot says.
I can pop on my old glasses for like maybe up to 20 minutes or so before I start getting a sharp pain in my head. Because it's not just the prescription, but the prisms are too
It's okay, Panda, you made the redeem 10 points. That means I can send you 80 messages via 344 heart.
wait. Means I can send you 80 messages. 80 messages. I can make it 1 point if you guys want me to do it instead. I just made it 10 because I don't know. It's an even number? I like even numbers. I know it sounds weird, but I like even numbers. 20 minutes, gotta train up my what? What's it? My nen? What's a nen?
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
Well, it's more that it's just too strong.
Arwen News the Overlord redeemed Safety bot says.
Make it cost 5? No, 5. I'm not gonna make people pay money to use it. No.
Make it cost 5 gift subs TV.
No.
Make it 1 point so I can send 800 messages Kappa.
800? That's too many. You earn points too by just lingering, you know, by lurking even. You earn points. You'll earn a lot. Right? No, I think. I don't know how exactly that all works. You never watched Hunter? No, I never. I saw like maybe the first couple episodes. But no, I never finished that show. And that was like decades ago when I saw it though, Shishi. So even though I remember seeing like the first few episodes, I don't remember any of it. I should probably look into watching it, but just right now I can't watch anything. It's been so boring. I can't watch anything. I can't play anything. It's like Maru Sky always says, no game, no life. It's really is. It's just I've been trying to occupy myself by doing stream improvements, but that can only go so far. And then some of the times I have to go like rest my head or lay down because it starts to hurt. Because so my eyes is not simply just like
Shishi_sussy redeemed saftybot says.
It's not just nearsightedness. It looks like I have permanent motion blur built into my eyes. And if anybody's played video game with extreme motion blur.
Don't worry, I only charge $2 to send a saftybot message with my points. For legal reasons, this is a joke.
Shishi. No, that's cute. But yeah, I just yeah.
Arwen the Overlord redeemed saftybot says.
I can't. I just yeah. It's like I have a built-in motion blur. It's not just nearsightedness. Like it doesn't just look blurry. It's like smeared. Because my eyes aren't aligned.
Eating a burger with no honey mustard. Eating a burger with no honey mustard. Eating a burger with no. Okay, never mind. I don't want to get banned. Honey mustard violet 344 gem.
I don't understand what was all of that, but that's really interesting. Honey mustard. Eating a wait with no honey mustard. Eating a burger with no. Wait, you're eating a burger with no honey mustard. I never even knew of a burger that had honey mustard on it.
Shishi_sussy redeemed saftybot says.
Does that a normal topping for burgers? But yeah, that you know, I was just thinking, Atlas, you're right. I think Fontaine is
So
like
Panda going to go into Gimark and come out buff when glasses are returned.
Huh? Jim, no, I hate working out. Are you kidding me? I'm a panda. Pandas don't work out. Pandas like to just laze about all day and do nothing but eat. No. That's why I picked panda as my spirit animal because they don't do anything. No, seriously, I don't really like working out. Yoga is fine, but I'm not much. I don't like sweating. I know it sounds really lame, but I hate sweating. It makes me feel so uncomfortable. But yeah, I love that she says Berger. Yeah, she says Berger. You're right. Sorry, I needed to see that up close. So yeah, I've just been bored out of my mind. I am just a couch potato. I really am. I've always been just like sit on my butt all day and just kind of play video games. I'm not I'm not I'm not a yeah, I'm not a
Shishi_sussy redeemed saftybot says.
I'm not an in shape person. Okay, I have a shape. It's round. But yeah, Alice was just thinking, you're right. Fontaine's gonna be
And
like
I has
this,
cheeseburger.
Can I has cheeseburger? Burger? What's a cheese? Oh, cheese. Oh, cheese. Okay. That sounds tasty. I want a cheeseburger, but that would make me sick too. But yeah, like yeah, Atlas was saying Fontaine is like perfect because you're French and you really like your Hydro characters, period. Speaking of Hydro, I really want to get Kokomi. Like really badly. I really like Kokomi. Oh. Hey Raised, I'm sorry. I'm just like don't mind me. I really can't see anything. I have to like squint at my screen. Laze and
I don't
vibe.
have a hand fetish, but I guess I've looked at them now.
Arwen the
Take a little drink
Overlord
here.
redeemed saftybot says.
Oh, thank you for being here, Faced. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have a good, or you're having a good day. Still at work probably, but that was kind of a slightly sussy clip, but you
Rules
know.
apply. Will be banned without warning if abused. Panda's prescription glasses came back wrong and still cannot read screen. So use this to chat where on mint and might be delayed.
Oh, I got rid of the 1 minute cooldown. Maybe I should change that on the redeem. Oh well. Oops, no, I didn't mean to turn it off. Oops. This is what I get for not seeing. Finally, 30 seconds. Delays. I wonder if that will mess it up. Oh, let's see. I'm going to work, but
Pandagiri raised it redeemed Safety bot says.
it's funny how it interrupts itself. Is it gonna say it? Is it gonna say it? Let's see.
Are you going to work bot? Sukar 3 rid.
I guess it did work. Yay! Okay, good, it worked. But yeah, we were just watching videos earlier before I went to step away. But yeah, most of all, I just missed chatting with people. It was really, really lonely because I don't go out and talk with people. I'm not a social person at all. Still am not. I mean, I'm talking at my computer.
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
But that's mostly why I miss streaming, is that I get to interact with all of you. So that's why I was like, I'm blind as hell, but this is okay.
Oh Q, it's been a long time. How have you been? I've been really busy being dead. You know, after you murdered me. Okay look, we've both said a lot of things that you are going to regret. But I think we can put our differences behind us. For science, you monster.
You quoted something from GLaDOS, right? Portal 2. Oh, okay.
Arwen News the Overlord redeemed Safety bot
Oh
says.
my god. It's too funny. That was good. You should have heard that, Safty. He took off his headset, so he has to work. But Fido copy pasted, I guess, GLaDOS's.
What is this? A new redeem called SafetyBot says, this is revolutionary. I've never ever seen this before. Whoa.
You had it saying whoa. What's this? A new redeem called SafetyBot says. Oh, wait, this is. How is that? How's that revolutionary? I think there's a lot of people that have chat bots now. Um, I just thought it would be more entertaining than just straight TTS, so that's why I tried to figure out how to implement it. The image is going to change once Safety has time. He's going to turn it into more of a GIF that blinks.
Tianda redeemed Safety bot says.
Oh, hey Panda, welcome back. How are you? Sorry, I can't see.
SafetyBot, spoggers.
Yeah, yep, Safety bot, yes. Panda plays mostly
Chill out,
Trove.
Mom. By the way,
But
good
also
counter gank.
Splatoon.
Yeah, right? Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great streamer. Highly recommended. Just like Race too earlier. Race is getting a brand new model. It looks really impressive. Like ever since I looked at that link, Race, if you're still there, like his stuff keeps popping back on my feed. So I saw like a full body rigged, and I don't know, are you using it yet? But that was really cool. I don't know when you plan on doing a debut with it, but yeah, it was really cool. And I was like, wow, full body rig. So yeah, let me see. Oh, thanks, then you. Oh no, thank you for stopping by. Oh, me too. I'm getting a new model. Oh, what kind of model are you getting? Are you gonna stick to 3D or are you going VTube Studio type stuff? I'm actually getting a new model too. It's in the sketching process. Uh, Safety greenlit let me get a new model. I'm gonna miss this model, of course, because he made it. I really love it. I've been using it for about 2 years now. Um, but but this new model will be more professional and it'll be super chibi. Really, really cute. I can't show any pictures of it yet because I don't want to
Pyanda Redeem Safety Bot
give
says,
it away yet. But it's gonna be super cute and chibi, and it's gonna have elements of like Chi-Chi and Sayu and my own take on a panda suit.
I'm getting a 3D model made. It should work in for chat face.
Oh, another 3D okay, okay. I see, I see. Well, I hope you enjoy it. That sounds really amazing. But yeah, yay, I'm looking forward to seeing your new model. I don't know when mines will be done. I think she just showed me sketches of the hair or what the hair will look like eventually, and then other ideas that she wanted to put together. And then she's like, if you're okay with what this looks like, we'll go ahead and she's gonna do the line art and everything like that. So and the coloring. And then I need to get it rigged. So it probably won't be it'll be probably a few months before it's, done. Um, yes, really excited to use it in VR chat. Oh, okay, okay. Uh, Anytime I watch VR chat, it makes me not motion sick even with my glasses on. And right now I just can't. I wouldn't be able to make I wouldn't even understand what's going on my screen because yeah, it would just give me a migraine and also motion sickness. So I can't watch VR chats. I can't even play VR. I can't even watch 3D movies. I went to several years ago, maybe almost 10 years ago now, if not more. There was a movie, Alice in Wonderland, I think it was. It, yeah, that was a really long time, but that was the first and only 3D movie we went to see together, and the first and only 3D movie, and it made me so sick and gave me the worst migraine that I've ever had in so long. So I can't. I've never been able, like I owned a Nintendo 3DS, but I had to turn down the 3D effects all the way to the bottom because I tried it and it just made me, I don't know, there's something about just 3D stuff in general. I mean, not like the model itself, but like when I engage in that kind of video game or something like that, it makes me so sick and it gives me a really massive big height migraine. So I just stay away from it all because I can't handle it. It's the same reason why I can't play first-person shooters or first-person related games like Minecraft. I can't have that first-person perspective because I'm not focused on one little small character in front of me. It's like I'm looking out. It does something to my head. I don't know. I can't explain it.
Fido64 Redeem Safety Bot says,
I switch from first person to third person so people don't get. Oh, okay, okay. That's interesting. But even when you spin around,
I
if you
hope
were to
you
spin,
brought
if someone
something
was to spin,
stronger than a portal gun this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're about to become the immediate past president of the Being Alive Club. Hey hey.
Fido. A funny thing, I think Safty thought you would get the most kick out of having the GLaDOS voice. The site. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I have to go through my. Hold on.
Pyanda Redeem Safety Bot says,
What was that? Do you remember that link with the voices, Safty? Oh, here it is. I have to look through my history and stuff like that. Yes, unfortunately, yes, it's AI related, but this is the site that we went to that you can try out a bunch of different AI voices. Like they have one that sounds like Hank Hill from King of the Hill. They had Stan Lee, which we were cracking up so hard. we had the bot last night when we were testing it sound like Samuel L. Jackson kind of characters. I know, no, we had the bot saying, like, speaking like he was, yeah, speaking as if he was Samuel L. Jackson, but in different voices. One of them was just cracking us up so hard. We were dying laughing. It was Stan Lee's voice saying like lines from Samuel L. Jackson lines, and including saying the MF word, you know. I'm not gonna say it on stream because I don't want to,
Pyanda Redeemed Safety Bot says.
but it was so funny. And then we had Fluttershy's voice from My Little Pony saying the Samuel Jackson lines. Oh my god, we were dying. It was so funny.
So now I have a stationary camera, so it shows me in third person, kinda like if you ever watched a dance routine, lol.
A dance routine. Oh, okay. Interesting. What didn't work? Oh, sorry, that didn't work. Oh, there's always a delay. There can be a delay up to 30-ish seconds. It's not that so much. Sometimes it doesn't work. It's still in beta stage. If you want to look into it, Panda, this is the link for it, for the chatbot. But yeah, that's what I'm using for chatbot, and it's in beta stage, so it's not perfect yet, but I think it serves its purpose for the most part. So I apologize if your message doesn't go through. Take 2 for now. I have stationary camera. That's what you said. Okay. But yeah, but Safety liked the GLaDOS voice the best and thought that would be the most funny to start out with, but I can always change it. Man, having the voice that sounds like Fluttershy was just too much, though. Saying some really mean stuff. Some of the lines from, like, like the character he plays on Marvel, what's his name? Samuel L. Jackson's character, Safety? Nick Fury. Yeah, saying some of Nick Fury's lines was just too funny in Fluttershy's little soft voice. But yeah, for now we're gonna keep GLaDOS and then we'll change it around maybe. I think the Hank Hill voice was just absolutely hilarious. Um, Stan Lee's on that site. There's some that are not working well, and you have to like test it by putting in like a longer sentence and stuff. So, because some of the words or some of the sounds that they've recorded are not part of everything. Like there's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cast on there. They didn't sound too good. And then there's Inspector Gadget that cracked me up. Um, there was other ones I'm trying to think of that we were just getting such a kick out of. It was just too much, but it was great time to post. Just we were just throwing in random lines. Please do Hank Hill soon. I am begging. Um, I can let me see if I can find it.
Fido64 redeemed wellness check.
Oh, thank you for the wellness check. See, that's the reason why I have that bot saying what is redeemed, because I can't see the redeems. Let me see if I can find. I have to squint. Sorry, my model's gonna break a bit because I need to squint at my screen again. Let's see here. It's an alphabetical order.
Fido64 redeemed head pat. Panda.
Oh, thank you for the head pats. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Fido. It's calls your name Fido. It's a K, right? I'm looking for K. Right? J K K. King of the Hill. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna change it to, if I can find it. Hopefully it works. Okay. I'm reloading it. Let's see here. I'll see an old message.
I hope you brought something stronger than a portal gun this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're about to become the immediate past president of the Being Alive Club. Hey, hey.
I wonder why it's not doing that in the new voice.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety Bot says.
I'll try this. Come on, work.
Hey, I'm Hank Hill.
There you go.
Fido64 redeemed Safety Bot says.
Oh no. Oh no, oh no. Oh no.
My name is Hank Hill, and I love propane and propane accessories.
Oh my god, that's too funny. I'm surprised you didn't have him like saying that he likes trains and train accessories.
Fido64 redeemed Safety Bot
Oh.
says.
Okay, you redeemed another one. I spoke too soon, I guess. Maybe. Oops. Yeah, I changed the Hank Hill at Fido's request. Come on, talk. Are you not gonna talk? No, come on, talk.
Safety Kuma redeemed Safety Bot says.
It shows it in the queue, but why isn't it not talking? Maybe it's an even
God
longer.
damn it, Bobby. I just want to ride a train.
It skipped Fido's message though. I'm trying to reload it. Hold on. I'm trying to get it to talk and say your word, your sentence.
Fido64 redeemed Safety Bot says.
But it's not going off for some reason. It's stuck on that one. It doesn't want to say it. Did you say anything bad in it? No. Don't think that would cause it to. Why isn't it not working?
Trains are cool, and anybody that disagrees will be politely asked to leave.
Well, at least it did it this time, the second time around. Maybe you just can't take as many inputs, like there's too many or something, consecutive input. I don't know how it works. Like I said, this program, this chatbot thingy is in beta. This is a beta website. Please report bugs and get help in the well, yeah, his Discord server. That's what it says at the top. That's all I see. That's too funny. Okay. Anyway, there was this really good she's my favorite online therapist, and she has like really good videos that I thought would be really good to share. And she just released this like last week. Okay, she released it last week. And I thought it addressed a lot of important issues as far as getting online help from people, and I couldn't agree with her more. And I think this is the problem with a lot of, self-help things in general, especially influencers and whatnot. So I'm gonna go ahead and show that because it was really, really good. Yeah, she looks kind of scary on the screen on the preview, but she's not a scary person. So I'm gonna play that.
Don't think that I'm excluding myself. I know that I am offering mental health support online. I know that I'm offering advice and insights and tools and techniques. But at the end of the day, you pick what's best for you and talk to your therapist about it. First off, I just want to acknowledge that I am a mental health influencer, and we'll get into that. And this isn't to shame or blame. I just want to talk about some concerns that I have because overall, I think it's great that mental health content is released into the wild and it's being talked about more openly and honestly. I really love that trend. I remember when I got into YouTube, God, like 11 years ago, no one was doing it. And I got into this to eliminate the stigma and, demystify mental health. But if I'm being honest, there's some content out there that I'm pretty uncomfortable with. And there are a lot of influencers that could be quite damaging. And some people have large followings and get lots of likes, but that doesn't mean that they're qualified to give advice on complex mental health issues. And I think this can lead to a lot of misconceptions and misunderstandings. I feel like there's a trend where everybody thinks that they're being gaslit all the time and everybody in their life is a narcissist. And I was online recently and I saw people, this is a whole bunch of different people, have been telling their audience that they have to spend a lot of money in order to get access to helpful tips, and this thing can cure your depression.
Our news, the Overlord redeemed Safety
bot
bot says.
And
Oh, you're fine.
just really bothered me. And so I want to talk briefly about some things
Step
that
out for a minute.
just
My
kind of
kid
got
just-
under my skin
Oh,
and things
poor
that we should all
baby.
be on the lookout for. And the first thing is a lack of education.
Sorry, the bot might be.
A lot of mental health influencers
I looked inward to
give
see.
out advice without
on.
any formal training or credentials. Now, I know sharing your story and experience is helpful, and there's nothing
Why is
wrong
it
with
not
it, but
going
we
off
shouldn't
now?
be prescribing anything because mental health treatment
I'm
and
sorry,
our mental health as a
Atlas.
whole is complicated.
I'll read it though.
Not only
Sorry,
is there
I
a
had
lot
to
of
step away a minute.
crossover
But yeah, I'm
in
sorry
symptoms
that your
when it
kid
comes to different
scraped their
diagnoses,
knee. That
but there are
sounds
also a
painful,
lot
poor
of different
baby.
kinds of therapy
You didn't
and
miss
care,
anything. I'm just playing
and not all of them will work for
one of my
all
favorite
people.
online therapists.
I went to school for 6 years and then also had to gather 3,000
And-
hours after the fact and take a
All
two-part
those
licensing
emotes.
exam over the course of 6 months in order to get
You
my
need
license.
to make your own
And
copy of that race.
education
You need to have
and that
you need to have a
experience
version of
is
race doing that
important
emote
because I've
and then
seen a
it'll be
lot of different
perfect.
patients and a lot of different issues and am more well equipped
Mine
to
jumped off the
assist people
sofa
and to
earlier and
explain
twisted
what
his ankle,
something
got
is.
mad
Let's
at
say
me
like
for
what
telling him,
borderline
well, that was
personality
dumb.
disorder is
Aw.
and what it is not. My next issue is a lack of understanding.
I mean,
Now, this kind of
Atlas.
builds off of my last issue, but oftentimes influencers don't have a full
Oh,
understanding of how
no
to
audio.
talk about mental health issues.
Wait, no audio? My mic says it's going off. Do you not hear me? What? 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 Did my audio just die? Maybe? The Think Fi has no audio because Twitch is ass. Oh. Huh? Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm like squeezing because my the voice thing is not working. Uh,
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says.
come on. I would be mad at you too, though, Fi. If you said that, that's so cruel.
Testing, test again.
It worked. It doesn't. It seems to be picky and choosy on what it wants to say. It's really weird. I got YT audio. Oh, the YouTube audio. Only the YouTube audio. One sec, refresh. Oh, either that or they randomly and suddenly went deaf. Oh, I hope not. That would not be good.
Trying to remove a stigma can mean that sometimes they minimize or
Wait, what?
trivialize mental health problems.
Commercial? Wait, what? Your sub. What's up with Twitch? I had to watch a commercial. What the? But as a sub, you should not get any. Okay, Twitch is weird. I'm
I've
sorry.
heard a lot of them say things like, well, it's just this. Like, oh, you just have depression.
My kid was running and he ran into a wall and he said, "Daddy, I hit my head on the wall while wailing." I said, "Well, why did you do that?" And he immediately stopped crying. I thought about it and said, "I don't know." Well, you got him to stop crying. That's a win, and got them thinking about why they ran into a wall. I mean, that's developing their cognitive ability to think. I think that's actually better. Not making a statement, you're asking a question. I like that approach personally, Atlas. No offense to you, if I just like your poor kid though. Building their cognitive abilities is better than just making a plain statement that was dumb.
And as a clinician, I know how harmful that can be to people,
Does
because then we
cause
can be
and
like, well, I
effect a
only
stage
have
of
that, so
development fairly early
I don't
on.
even know why I'm
Yeah.
complaining, right? We can have these certain terms that we use without realizing the impact it can have on someone, and trying to help
I
someone
see
take
same
the
color
next
names, so that
simple step
I just don't see
sometimes
names.
means
I
that
don't see. I
they're
can't
giving simple
read, so
solutions
I have
for
to
very
like squint at my
complex
screen.
problems. Like,
Hey
just take a bubble
Akuma.
bath or go for a walk.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause that real quick again. How are you?
Yes,
Welcome
you wanna
back.
just dip? No, it's fine now.
It's a pew pew game.
Go, perform already.
Oh, gunshot. Oh, ow. Pretty loud. Ow, my head. Sorry,
Fido64 redeemed Safety Bot says.
I don't do well with gunshot sounds, but yeah, sorry about that. That's wait, what? Oh.
I want to give a shout out to my good friend Akuma Yuki for their enduring support of propane and propane accessories.
Oh my God, Fi. What the heck? Oh my God, but thank you for stopping by. Wait, everyone hush. Why? Why is everyone hush? What? Bye.
Walk. While self-care is important, it's not a substitute for proper treatment and therapy. And I talked about this a little bit on my Instagram stories recently, where I was sharing that we see these quotes online and we can think, yeah, that's a good one, or I should totally I can do that. And we feel easily motivated, easily supportive of that thought or that concept. And I was challenging everybody to say that when you feel that, oh yeah, that's easy. Yeah, I agree. I should put on a face mask. What that actually says to me as a therapist is
the
that that's
Overlord
not
redeemed
really a
Safety Bot
challenge.
says.
And when we're trying to grow and change, we need to be challenged. And the things that maybe are harder for us to accept, or we even find ourselves maybe a little triggered. I'm not saying people should put out triggering content, but I'm saying that when we feel a little stir inside of us and are like, could that be true? And it makes us think more, and it's a little difficult for us to accept. Those are the things that I want to support. Those are the things I want to see more of, because we have to be challenged in order to grow. And so these kind of simple fixes or feel-good quotes they're not very effective. They don't necessarily do that much good. My next issue is a lack of ethics training. Now, this is a big one for me. There is so much implicit power when someone's in a therapeutic relationship,
It didn't go
right?
off.
The dynamic.
I was waiting for the message to go off. Sorry. I'm sorry, Atlas. It's being picky and choosy. I don't know what causes it to pick what it wants to say. Drop down to your local car dealership and buy yourself a Ford F-150. And you're currently 90% off for anyone who was born in Texas and/or has a kid named Fisher. I did this because accent go, haha. Oh, I'm sorry. Try it again. If you don't mind. Or here, let me see if it'll work. I'll try it again. I'll copy paste your message.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety Bot says.
Please work. Panda, please tell Safety that we need a Seto Kaiba voice. Oh. Does that exist? We can look at the database that they
Drop
have.
down to your local car dealership and buy yourself a Ford 150. They are currently 90 off for anyone who was born in Texas and or has a kid named Fisher. I did this because accent go hat is silly.
That worked this time. There you go. I'm sorry. It was beautiful. Yes, it was funny. But trucks are really bad for the environment.
Is different. You don't know
Safety
anything
Kuma
about
redeemed
me if you're
Safety
seeing
Bot
me in my
says.
Uh-oh.
office, right? You don't know that much about your therapist. They know everything about you. That puts the therapist, without even meaning to, in this position of power potentially. And we need to
It's always a guessing game, and
understand
it's gonna be
the
like, yeah, we're
ethics
gonna
of that
read that
relationship
message.
and how to properly utilize that relationship without exploitation. That's why a huge part of my training and education was about how to be a proper steward of that kind of power. And if you haven't been trained in this or understand it, you can accidentally abuse people or manipulate them. And mental health issues sometimes leave us feeling vulnerable.
Just
We're
copy paste
desperate
it
for
again.
help and we want to feel better.
Try it again.
And I hate
Yeah,
that there
I
are people
copy
out there who
pasted
take advantage
Atlas's
of this.
message and it
So
worked the
here are
second
some
time.
kind of red flags that
Safety
I want
Kuma
us all
redeemed
to be
Safety
more
Bot
aware
says.
of. And the first is asking for money before they'll offer any help. Like I said, I was seeing this a bunch of posts from different types of creators across. I'm not calling anyone out specifically because this happens. It's a broad sweeping problem where people will say, "Oh, in order to have access to this cure for depression, you need to spend $299." Or, you know, I have the healing power of positive thinking and affirmations, but you have to join, you know, my $2,000 weekend workshop in Phoenix. I've seen a lot of things like that. And I'm not saying that there are any issues with people putting on events and charging for them. People should get paid for their work.
Pandagiri redeemed
But
Safety Bot says.
the feeling or the pressure to spend money before they'll even offer any help is always just something I would be cautious of. I would look into that person a little bit more, see what their credentials are.
Sedekeba is
and
too
ensure
bussy
that the
monopolizing
advice
all
they're
the
about to
Blue
offer
Eyes White
comes from an
Dragons because he
educated
chose to
and
play an
good
inferior
place.
card game and
The
can't
next
get
issue is
lotuses.
kinda connected to
Screw the
that,
rules.
quick fixes.
Sedekeba is too bussy monopolizing all the Blue Eyes White Dragons
If anyone
because he
says they can
chose to
fix
play
your
an
depression-
inferior card game and can't get lotuses. Screw the rules.
I said it twice this time. It was just much of a delay, but it did say yours and then it said mine afterwards. Safety. This is the last time I borrowed tech from Aperture. But you're not. It's Hank Hill talking now.
are and ensure that the advice that
No,
they're
you're
about
fine.
to offer
It's just
comes
funny.
from
It
an
wouldn't work.
educated and good place. The next issue, and it's kind of connected with that, are quick fixes.
Who uses telephones
Unfortunately,
anymore?
healing is a slow process. If anyone says they can fix your depression in 5 days, I'd be a little nervous. Things just take time, and any licensed professional is going to know that. But when someone is just trying to make a buck off of your pain, they can act like they have the answer. You just
Vido
have to pay the
64
$100.
redeemed
You have to pay
Safety
the
Bot
$50
says.
in order to get it. And that quick fix kind of mantra is very dangerous. The next red flag is there are no boundaries. Now this can look
Safety,
like a
I
lot of
challenge you
different
to a
things.
game
With
of Paradox Billiards, Destroying Roulette, Fourth Dimensional Hypercube, Chess Strip Poker.
Did you get that, Safety? Fight. Oh, there's a message to you. There's a message. Safety doesn't have his headset on because he's trying to focus on work. So he didn't see that. I just brought it to his attention.
with me. Now, the first that I can see is when someone shares a lot about their life, very deep, dark secrets, and then uses that kind of parasocial relationship because you feel like you know them, right? Because they've shared a lot with you, and they use that to get you to purchase things or to make decisions. That can be very dangerous. On the flip side, if the person who is trying to help you, let's say we bought into one of these weekend workshops or events, or we signed up for whatever they're offering, are they offering to solve your problems for you? Are they telling you what to do? Or are they offering tools and techniques and reminding you that you're in charge of your own self and your own decisions? Think about that. Because no one should offer to save you or fix you. You, unfortunately, I know this kind of sucks sometimes, but you have to do it yourself.
You know what she says here is actually what my therapist keeps telling me, because I'm always like, what am I supposed to do? And I talk to her and stuff like that. And she's just like, she's always like basically reminding me that she'd give me the tools to help myself, but I need to be able to not only grasp her concepts, but also apply it to my life and learn from it. I can't just have something done for me because it's not her life. She's not responsible for me. I'm responsible for myself. And I thought that was a big thing. This when I saw this earlier, I was just like, wow, that's very true what she's saying, that if people actually sell it to you and say, this can cure your whatever, you know, whatever you insert whatever here, depression, ADHD, bipolar, any kind of mental related stuff, treat it like a red flag.
Also, I know in practice, if I tried to tell a patient what to do or how they should have spoke to their parent or something like that, that can be met with a lot of, defense mechanisms and reluctance and even just shutting down, because that's not my place. My place is to offer tools, offer guidance, ask you questions to help guide you toward where you're really at so you can hear yourself. That voice inside of us, sometimes we're so disconnected, we don't even hear it anymore. And my goal as a therapist is to rekindle that relationship that you have with yourself. But then you have to do the work. I don't have mystical or magical powers. I can't change you. You have to do that. And I noticed that a lot of unhealthy gurus want to create a dependency on them. They want you to always need them to make decisions, have to check in with them first. And your therapist or mental health leader should be
the
helping
Overlord
you feel more
redeemed Safety
empowered
bot says.
and less dependent. That's a much healthier place to come from, and that leads us towards true healing and change. While mental health influencers can be a great source of inspiration and motivation, it's important to be mindful of the advice they give.
According to yourmom.com, the average human spends roughly 5 seconds listening to this message for absolutely no reason. That's right, this message is pointless. You're welcome.
Alice, oh my god. Oh my goodness. You guys are really. I think Hank is registering. Oh, my camera went. Sorry. I went to put up my hair again because it's falling down. But I think the Hank Hill voice is like totally registering with all you guys better. You're coming up with the funniest dialogues. Oh my god.
Mental health professional before trying out new treatments or therapies. And this includes me. Don't think that I'm excluding myself. I know that I am offering mental health support online. I know that I'm offering advice and insights and tools and techniques. But at the end of the day, you pick what's best for you and talk to your therapist about it. So ask them how you should apply the tools I offer and, most importantly, if they're right for you. And a wonderful tool that is newly released on YouTube and a way to know if the information that you're getting is from a reputable and licensed source is this little blue bar that you'll see below my videos telling you that I have a license. They've checked it. They've made sure I don't have any marks against my license, and that's how you receive that.
Fido64
so that's a
redeemed
great way
Safety
to
bot
just,
says.
hey, I'm listening to this. I think this could be helpful. Oh, wait, yes, it is coming from an actual reputable source. Just good on YouTube for making that easier for us to know. I hope you found this video helpful. Know that, again, I love that
Okay,
mental health content is
Sedicaba,
out there.
draw your last pathetic chord so that I can end this duel and send you to the Shadow Realm. And I can go do something that actually requires skill like cooking steaks on a propane grill.
Fine. Oh my goodness sakes. What the heck?
Talking about it more. I just think that it's important that we all protect ourselves and are aware of how we could be being exploited or taken advantage of because we're in a more vulnerable position. And any mental health influencer out there who's putting out good and helpful, ethical, educated content, keep doing it because we need that good, helpful information out there to help people and meet them where they're at.
Anyway, this is her channel. If you ever want to listen to stuff that she says, I really like listening to her stuff. I learn a lot about different things from this YouTube, and she just makes things so digestible. Like it makes sense. And yeah, this is like her more recent stuff, I guess. And I don't know, it really resonates. Resonate. I don't know. What's English? It's just really good stuff. I really like her content. Yeah. Are you? I want to see. I didn't watch a lot of them actually. I wonder what
Introvert memes and information is incredibly popular online, and I have even shared
I want
some
to
of my
invest in
favorite ones
bamboo
to my
forest
IG
pupping.
stories. But did you
No,
know that
there's
there
no
are
such
4 types of
thing.
introverts?
We are not about digging for gas.
I'm going to walk you through all 4 so that you can decide if any resonate with you. Hey, I'm Katie Morton, and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I talk about depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and really anything mental health related. So if you'd like to subscribe, we would love to have you. I promise you will always leave with some helpful information for you or for someone you love. Okay, let's jump right in. We often talk about introversion in terms of, do you prefer to be alone or do you like to be around people? Meaning, are you more of an extrovert? And we kind of talk about it in these black and white terms, that someone's either an introvert or an extrovert. But communication can be difficult for many reasons. But speaking another language doesn't have to be one of them, which is why I am thankful to Babbel for sponsoring this video. You all remember how I made a fool of myself in Paris saying au revoir to someone as I entered the restaurant and they said bonjour? Essentially, they said hello and I said goodbye. Well, never again. I have been practicing my French using Babbel, and I will be prepared next time Sean and I go to Montreal to see family, or maybe we'll get to go back to France for our 10-year anniversary next summer. Either way, Babbel makes it easy to keep up with my lessons through their app. They prompt you to set some goals, like I set the goal of practicing 5 times a week, and you can go back and review any mistakes that you made in the previous lesson. And it teaches you simple things like, did you know that you can say salut when you want to say hello or goodbye to someone that you know? I also learned how to say au revoir et merci, which I will definitely use on Sean and I's next adventure. And you too can learn a new language by using Babbel. Just click the link in the description and get 65% off. Thank you again to Babbel for sponsoring this video.
Duolingo.
The truth is that it's really a spectrum, and most of us lie somewhere in the middle. Maybe just a little bit more on the introverted side or a little bit on the extroverted side. In 2011, psychologists broke down introversion into 4 types. And obviously, just like I said, these are all on a spectrum. But type 1 is what's known as social introverts. And this is often what we think of when we think of introverts. These people don't want to go to that huge party on a Friday night. But it's also important to note that a social introvert isn't driven by avoiding social anxiety. They are driven by preference. And that's kind of an important distinction to consider while we walk through these 4 types. Introversion is not a mental illness. It's a preference. Almost like anxiety versus shyness. I've talked about this in an older video. People who are shy prefer to not. It's like a personality style, personality type, right? A trait of what makes us who we are, where anxiety is actually a mental illness and we have uncontrollable worry. And the same applies here. Someone who is an introvert isn't avoiding a social gathering because they feel social anxiety. They're avoiding it because they prefer to not be around people.
Yeah.
Frankly, they find being around people to be kind of draining. And so they're going to need more alone time than someone who isn't more of an introvert.
Totally.
Social introverts just prefer smaller gatherings or alone time. And if you're wondering, is this me?
Parties,
here are a couple questions to help you decide. Number 1, do you prefer small or smaller hangouts?
Yes.
Number 2, does it sound fun to you to go on a vacation alone? Number 3, do you find yourself drained if you aren't alone, especially for those who are in a relationship?
The only person I can handle around
Moving
me
on
is
to type 2, the thinking introvert.
Because we both have our ways of being alone without being apart.
Now, these are the people who move towards introversion because they're moving towards space for thinking. We will feel energized when we have time to reflect
Safety
and
Kuma Redeem
research and
Safety
learn.
Bot says.
We can just find ourselves engulfed in it, feeling like it's a breath in, and we're so excited about it. This isn't necessarily a preference for being alone. Thinking introverts just may find themselves disappearing
Because
into
I'm
their
a bear.
minds, even if other people are around. So like, let's say we're out to dinner with some friends. If we're a thinking introvert, someone might mention one phrase or one thing that had happened in the news, and we get caught up in thoughts about the hows and the whys and what we kind of know and what we'd like to learn, and we can completely lose track of the
I wonder if
conversation.
you can be multiple
In the book
types.
Introvert Power by clinical psychologist hello, she notes that these kinds of
Because
introverts can be
I think that's
mistaken
safety
for
too.
extroverts because they're incredibly good listeners, because they're excited and they're learning about you and your experience, and they enjoy being around people that can help them do that. Now, if you're thinking that
Interesting.
this might be the kind of introvert that you are, here are some questions. Do you ever get told that you are a great listener? Are you driven to activities that give you space for learning and studying? Do you often tell people you need time to think on that or reflect
Arwen News, the
before
Overlord
answering? Do you
redeemed
feel
Safety
you are
bot says.
self-aware and reflective, or
Do you have creative imagination?
do you have a really creative imagination?
I think that is Safty. Safty is very much a thinking introvert. Because he has.
This will lose its value because his silly accent, but Panda, you're a really awesome person. I love your content and your personality. You're chill, kind, caring. Loving it. Your content makes me smile and your life is so wholesome free this probably won't go through but the bot. Could someone copy paste this so it maybe goes through?
So now that you set it up saying that it won't go through, it actually went through. Oh, that is so sweet of you, Atlas. I don't think I provide anything. I'm just I just want to share what I'm interested in. I mean, and if other people resonate with that, that's awesome, because it's always great to find like minds, you know. But yeah, I don't really think I provide that much. I just find certain things like mental health stuff really, really, really interesting. And I think the more we all know, the better, right? Because you never stop learning. I mean, I feel we never stop learning, and um, that's why I like sharing stuff that I find fascinating, because it's helped me. Um, because I've struggled with so much. I mean, everybody struggles with so much, you know, and it's always different for everybody. But um, no matter what, I think if there's like something like mental health like this, there's always somebody, you know, everybody relates to something else in different ways, but they can still relate with it. So I find that nice. But that's so sweet. Oh my God, it's not Atlas phobic anymore. I'm glad it isn't. Thank you so much. That was such a sweet message. Um, but it did sound funny. You're right, in the Hank's voice. But thank you. That was really touching. Oh my gosh. I'm like tearing up now. uh, uh, sometimes I find I mean being wholesome has some disadvantages, because you know people think it's an act or something, or they think um they can't have fun on my stream. I don't, I mean, to a degree, I don't mind if people get a little sussy on my streams. Like, okay, I probably won't understand it, but it's not an act. I really am pretty stupid when it comes to things like most people find normal banter. Honestly, before I did streaming, I lived in I lived I lived in a bottle. It felt like nothing I knew. I didn't really know much outside the outside world other than what I saw on Twitter, and that is really dangerous, by the way. um, which was really kind of depressing, to be honest. But you know, because I don't go out and I don't socialize with people, because I don't I find it really nerve-wracking. That's why I found this topic. I didn't see this video yet. I found this topic intriguing because it's talking about being introverted. Um, I do get bored, and that's why streaming has been such a great outlet, since I don't have to be around people to actually engage with people. Does that make sense?
Safty Kuma redeemed Safty bot says.
But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much again. That is really, really, really kind of you. Good cry. My ultimate goal has been accomplished. Oh, Alice. Sorry if my model wigs out, because the camera doesn't pick me up anymore. So it's because I'm looking so close at the screen. Um, I wonder if it's gonna say what Safety says. I only see the name I don't want to say, but yeah, anyway.
Consider those things. And
I'll
this one
pause it if
honestly
it
kind
does
of
talk.
rang true to me because maybe it's the reason I became a therapist. There's part of me that just loves learning about other people and learning about topics. And I feel like it's kind of what's driven this channel as well, because all of you ask questions, I get really excited, I get to learn about it, and then I get to tell you what I've learned. And I find that incredibly invigorating and fulfilling. So this made me think. The
I
third
love the
type
way
of
she
introvert
put that.
is the
That was
anxious
amazing.
introvert.
Uh-oh. Maybe the bot doesn't want to say what you said.
And a lot of times we can
You wanna
think that
copy
we're
paste it again,
social
Safi?
introverts when we're really more of an anxious introvert. Because it's not necessarily that we prefer that
Safety
alone
Kuma
time.
redeemed Safety
It's that
bot
the
says.
time that we spend with people triggers our anxiety. So we're driven to avoid those kinds of settings so that we don't feel anxious. And I would argue that this is kind of more of a social, like we actually have social anxiety or some symptoms of it. But because this can kind of almost like feed our introversion or be a component of it, maybe the reason we like to be alone or prefer alone time, I think it belongs here as well. The anxious introvert can turn inward as a protective behavior out of nervousness or fear. If we think about it and how it relates to anxiety, if going out and seeing other people causes us to feel extremely, I don't know, vulnerable or judge, like we're being judged, right? We have this intense fear of people thinking of us in a bad way. And we can have this uncontrollable worry about all the things people around us might be thinking. We're going to avoid it, right? We're going to want to turn inward because turning inward and spending time alone is safer. It makes us, it puts us out there less so that we can potentially have less judgment,
really does
feel
not like
less
your message,
vulnerable, and
Safi.
therefore feel better.
I'm gonna try copy pasting it. Wonder why it's being really picky.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot
But if you think
says.
this is you, I've got some questions for you to consider. Number one, have you ever been thought of as rude? And that's really confusing to you because you're actually super kind. You're just highly avoidant.
Safety
My good
phobic.
friend Lauren is like this. She is kind of standoffish and she's really shy and more introverted. She prefers that one-on-one time.
I wonder if this is also, I wonder if you can apply many of these different types of introverts to yourself. I wonder, or is it just one or the other? Because this almost sounds like Safety too, because everybody, I once had a work meeting, or we went out, they brought us out to, we went out to dinner, I think. It was one of those like, everybody comes and bring your +1 kind of thing. And Safety would not engage with anybody. He just hated it because it was really fake. Like it was one of those.
Dr. Dreads redeemed Boop.
Oh, hey, Dr. Drez, welcome back. Oh, why is that thing? Did it not go off? That's
Dr.
weird.
Dreads redeemed High Tilda.
No. This is no, it's the throwing system. Why is the throwing system not working? Huh? No, it shouldn't be broken. Why is this broken?
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
See, that should have worked. Did it not
Elon
work?
Musk says that if you have a blue check, he will send you a free Cybertruck. However, I don't recommend any vehicles that don't run on propane.
Oh, it actually worked this time, Safety. Did you hear it? You did hear it? And hi, Dr. Drez, welcome back. Sorry, I was playing a video, but now my bot is not, I have a TTS bot that sounds like Hank Hill from King of the Hill. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't because it's in beta. Oh no, beta. And
Fido64 redeemed High Tilda.
oh yay, you okay, hi. I don't know why it's not saying your message, Fi. Hopefully it gets around to saying it. But yeah, I don't know why it's being like picky and choosy. But yeah, welcome back. Sorry that the boop did not happen, but hopefully that was enough of a. I don't know why it's not. Can I boop myself?
Fido64 redeemed Headpat, Panda.
Yeah, it's not working. Why is this?
Panda. Fido64 redeemed Wellness Check.
I'm gonna reboot it. I apologize for this. That's really weird that the throwing system's not wanting to work. Oh, and thank you for the stretch. I will stretch. Thank you, thank you. Everybody stretch if you can. Stretching is good for you. Safety, that includes you. Mister, I'm staring at my computer because I'm doing work. Okay, let's see. Will you work? Will you work? Will you work? I rebooted it.
Pandagiri redeemed boop.
No! What? What? Why aren't you working? See, I can test it. It will work on the test, but why won't it work? That is so weird. I'll play some music because it sounds really blah. Hold on while I test this some more. I wonder why. What's going on?
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
Uh-oh. See, it works on the test. And the wellness check was supposed to throw something too. See?
Have you tried turning it off and back on?
I just did. I just turned it on and off. I'll quit it again. I'll quit my model too, and then I will reload the model too. I'm sorry about this scuff. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm just running too many things and it doesn't like it.
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
I'm sorry about the scuff. One moment. I will. I'm rebooting. Okay.
Caller network administrator. It is possibly a big issue.
What? I didn't understand what that said. But okay, I'll trust you. You know more than me about that. If the bot wouldn't even be a thing if it weren't for Safety, by the way, because Safety yeah, Safety fixed everything. Come on, throwing system, please work. Please work. Is it because, let's see here.
Pandagiri redeemed boop.
See, it's not working, Safety. Nothing is working. I didn't change the names of them.
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says. Pandagiri redeemed get cozy.
Is the TTS thing getting in the way?
I think to resolve the issue, we should upgrade Panda's computer to her RTX 4090.
I don't know what that means. But I don't want to upgrade. I just upgraded last year. It's good enough. See, it's not working.
Pandagiri
Oh, hey, that
redeemed
worked.
disguise a panda.
That one worked. Okay.
Pandagiri redeemed less than tech greater than laughing.
Whoa, that's loud.
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
Wow, that is loud. I'm so sorry. Let me go turn that thing down.
For the very affordable price of $2,000, you too can have a decent computer.
Computer. It said computer. What the heck? Computer, huh? Oh my god. Yes, that is
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
It is, son. And hey, sorry, I can't see.
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot
I
says.
saw the orange name though, and you're one of the only people. Huh? Compter? You're one of the only people I know that uses the orange, so I figured it was you, and then I just had to squint at my screen. I'm sorry, I'm having scuff right now. Trying to fix stuff because it's not working. I don't know why it's not working. Why? How? Settings. Okay. Browser volume. I'm gonna turn you down to like
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
65% should be good. I hope this will be better. Because that was freaking loud. It blew my ears out. Okay. But why is none of my other redeems working?
Pandagiri redeemed less than rimshot greater than bad
Okay.
UMTSSS.
That is still loud. Why are you so loud? Ow, my ears are getting blown out. I'm sorry.
Pandagiri redeemed less than kek greater than
Is
laughing.
that still really loud? This is a little better. I'm gonna bring you down a little bit more, 55% maybe.
Pandagiri redeemed less than sad violin greater than. Sunakis redeemed Safety bot says. Pandagiri redeemed emergency food.
Sorry about the loudness. I didn't think 100% was gonna be that loud. I'll bring it down to 50% then. Hopefully that's better. I don't know why it's being...
Pandagiri redeemed Anya ritual.
I wonder if it is the TTS thing that's like messing up the throwing system. Like it doesn't want to work with any of these.
Fido64 redeemed good ol. H2. Pandagiri redeemed oops. I dropped these. 1. Degree D degree.
Yeah, see, it's not doing anything. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. Mm. Why is it? What the? Wait, what? What is this? Ah! Wait, what? What? Huh? No. Thank you so much for the sub. Wow, wow, wow. Why did it not shout? Did it even...
Fido64 redeemed Safety bot says.
Did the thingy go off, Safety? I didn't even see it. I'm sorry. That was really scuffy too, wasn't it? But it wasn't like the thing that
What a beautiful pen you are. That mustache is truly dashing on you. It's still a little loud, but getting better for sure.
That was weird. It repeated the message from before. Oh, welcome back, DD. Sorry, I have to squint at my screen to see what you said. Everybody's names look the same. And I don't know why none of my the throwing system things are working. This is really aggravating. Like it's supposed to do this. And then this one. But it's not doing it. Bye-bye.
Sunakis redeemed Safety bot. DD364 redeemed boo.
It's me, Sun. Oh, sorry. You got that. That's what you have the bot saying.
It's me, Sun Guy. I only use propane. It's the super cool.
DD364 redeemed less than rimshot greater than bad UMTSSS.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I wonder if it has something to do with the TTS bot, but why would it interrupt? Why would that have anything to do with it, right, Safety? I wonder if there's an update to the throwing system. Yeah, I think I have to look into that because nothing is working. None of them are working. It's really aggravating. So I guess for now I'm gonna have to turn off all the redeems because, or at least the throwing system ones, because those ones are not working for whatever reason. I apologize.
Fido64 redeemed Safety. DD364 redeemed Safety bot says.
It interrupts it when there's like, for some reason.
I was wondered, do you want powers to summon traps? Like Vanapia Rake Boulder. Panda, go take a break, don't stress out. You buff.
Buff. What? Well, thank you, Fine. Thank you. I was wondering, do you want powers to summon traps? Like banana peel, bike, boulder? I don't know. For what reason? Like, why would I want... Anyway, I'll continue with this video finally. I'm sorry about taking time on
And
it.
I've introduced her to
And we're
other
watching
friends of mine.
like
They're
a
like, why is
therapy
she so rude?
about
She wasn't even
introverts.
friendly.
She's
And I'm
one of
like,
my
'cause she
favorite
doesn't know what to say,
YouTube
and she's
therapists.
probably nervous because you're a new person. So that's kind of that question. Does that resonate with you? Number 2, do you
Oh
dread...
yeah, I was telling the story about why I think Safety might fit in with this anxious introvert, because like we had this company dinner and Safety was just sitting there and like just eating his food, and people were trying to like, hey, so how are you? And Safety would not even look up and acknowledge their presence. So they were like, what's wrong with him? Like, what did we upset him? Did we say something wrong or something? And Safety just like kind of blanks out, and I'm just like, nope, that's just Safety. Oh, have a good lurk, Fi. But yeah, so this is why I'm like, I think that's it. It's just that he doesn't know how to interact with all the unknown people. So
or avoid
this
social
video is talking about the
interactions.
different
And number 3,
types
do
of
you feel
introverts.
awkward or shy around people?
Definitely.
And the 4th type of introversion is known as the restrained introvert.
Huh.
Now, this was the last type identified in the research, and they've called it the restrained introvert, or some people prefer to call it the inhibited introvert. Now, people like this are often more reserved and reflective. Their introversion doesn't present as shy or awkward, but rather just thoughtful and considered. Like they're going to pause, take some time and respond. Now, when I was reading about this, I was thinking, what's the difference between this and the thinking introvert, right? There's a lot of overlap here. And I think it's because these are all introversion traits. But the difference that I would say between this and the thinking introvert is that the thinking introvert has to kind of step away, and they want to take time to think and learn, and that's what gets them excited and helps them feel fulfilled. Well, this person doesn't need to be on their own and go inward and spend all this time ruminating and thinking. This type of restrained introvert just takes time to respond, is more thoughtful and considerate. And that doesn't mean that we're not considerate if we're not this type. It's just we're not spending all our time thinking and learning. We just are more thoughtful with our responses and how we interact with others. The restrained introvert is also often, quiet and dutiful, and other people will want to rely on them. So if you feel like that resonates with you, or you think this might be the type of introvert that you are, I have a couple more questions for you to think about. Number 1, do you like to take your time and do things thoughtfully and methodically? Number 2, do you find yourself drawn to activities with clear and predictable structure? And number 3, are you often unemotional in situations
she read
where
something
other
different
people
than
show
what was typed. Is it just wait? She read something different.
Unemotional in situations where other people and methodically. Number 2, do you find yourself drawn to activities with clear and predictable structure? And number 3, are you often unemotional in situations where other people show emotion? And I thought of this as kind of like one of our defense mechanisms, right? We can look at things more logically, or what we call intellectualizing, meaning that instead of considering how we feel about something, we consider all of the actual facts. And this can be beneficial in some ways, but if we find it getting out of control, I just want to bring this little red flag to your attention. If you find that you struggle to get emotional at all in situations where other people are, let your therapist know and consider that this might be a defense mechanism and a way of protecting yourself. But in this case, what we're talking about today is introversion, and this could be an indicator that you are that type of introvert. Overall, keep in mind that these 4 types run along a spectrum. Like I said, no one's purely an introvert or purely an extrovert. Most of us are somewhere in the middle. So we can have a combination of one of these 4. We can have all 4.
Oh,
we can have none, and we can still find
So you
ourselves
can be a
on that
combo.
introverted side. And one
Now
of my
that she
main,
answered the
I guess,
question after the
tips
fact.
on navigating this is if we find, let's say we need more time to be thoughtful or we want to take a beat to respond, communicating those needs can be incredibly helpful in our relationships.
really
It can
interesting.
prevent, unnecessary fights or misunderstandings from happening. And also know that it's okay to have these needs, even if they're different from others. As someone who falls kind of more on that introverted side, slightly to that, it's difficult for me sometimes to speak up and not feel like something's wrong with me, right? Everybody wants to
that's
go to
kinda
that next
creepy.
party or
Seeing
go
the
to this
close-up
next
of
big
somebody's
event, and
eyes.
I'm not as excited about it, or I might need a little
Well, it's
more
not what I was
downtime before
expecting.
or after. And I have found that if I do communicate those needs and also, say to myself, it's okay, Katie, you just need that break. Otherwise, you're not gonna even enjoy it. You're not gonna be able to participate with people and have good conversations. I take that minute, I talk nicely to myself, I communicate my needs to others like Sean or other friends of mine that are supposed to accompany me to events, and it makes me feel so much better. I have to be honest. It stops me from getting into that negative thought spiral that I think some of us introverts tend to do because, we're supposed to be social creatures and we're like, what's wrong with me, right? And that shame spiral is not helpful for anybody. I hope you found that interesting and helpful. Are there other types of introverts that you think I missed or other traits that you feel like we should have covered? Please let me know in those comments down below. And again, please like and subscribe. We would love to have you. Have a wonderful week, and I will see you next time.
It's really interesting. Yeah, I think that's why I really like her content, this Katie Morton, because she doesn't just like spit out stuff. She actually makes me think and wonder why, why it is that I think that or something. I don't know. Ooh, I never watched this one. I want to see what she has to say with this. It's 11
We
months
often
ago.
think of abuse in a very outward or physically damaging
Wow,
way.
it's really low.
But abuse can also be caused by what's not there. Like when a parent doesn't ask us how we're feeling or listen to us when we tell them. They could also not support us when we need it or hold us when we cry. And this lack of emotional support and attunement leads to what's known as childhood emotional neglect.
Sen.
And today I'm going to walk you through the 9 signs that you have experienced it. If you're new here, my name is Katie Morton and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I talk about depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and really anything mental health related. So if you'd like to subscribe, we would love to have you. I promise you will always leave with some helpful information for you or someone you love. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. Before I get into the signs, I just want to say that most parents who fall into this category aren't doing this to be harmful or malicious. They usually don't even know that they're neglecting their child's emotional needs because they aren't connected to their own and have never cared for theirs or anyone else's emotions before. And this doesn't mean that what they did is okay or that we don't have the right to be hurt or traumatized by it. I just wanted to give you a fuller picture of what's going on. The first sign that we've been emotionally neglected is that we have a difficult time regulating our emotions. Because they are so foreign and something we've never been allowed to have, we can stuff everything down and then erupt on people later.
Yeah.
Or not be able to recognize when we're
Poor
feeling
Safdie
a strong
takes the
emotion,
brunt of my
something like
eruptions.
anger or frustration. Sign number 2.
I just build up a bunch of frustration and anger and just
we have a
lash out at
pattern
him.
of unhealthy relationships. And these are usually relationships where we are dependent on, like codependence, or where there aren't any boundaries, otherwise known as enmeshment, where their emotions are our emotions, or we could possibly find ourselves in another abusive relationship where our emotions are ignored, shut down, or minimized. And we'll find we have relationship after relationship, whether it's romantic or
I don't know if anybody else kind of struggles with this, but it's like, or anybody else that experienced anything similar. It was like I wasn't allowed to have my own emotions. I'm one of those kind of people that can pick up on other people's emotions that are around me, and that's probably also why I don't like going out around a lot of people, because I have a difficult time differentiating from other people's emotions to what is actually what I'm feeling. So I end up adopting what other people are feeling And then I'm wondering why am I, XYZ? Why am I upset? Why am I sad? Why am I happy? Because I'm like, I have no reason to be happy, but I'm happy. But I'm like, yay. But it's just like I just pick up on other people's emotions and adopt it as my own. And I think that was my therapist tells me it's a survival ability that some people have, some people end up taking on due to an abusive um, relationship with your family, your caretakers. So it's like I always had to feel what my mom was feeling to make sure that I can avoid getting, beat.
DD364 redeemed Safety Bot says.
So yeah, it's like one of those things where you just adopt what's around you, and it's really hard to, yeah, it's just, yeah. Anyway, I'll go play, and if that message goes through, I'll wait a minute, and then if not, I'll go and read it. I'm sorry.
Taking a yoga class online last week, and the teacher said something that stuck with me. He said that when we're anxious, stressed, or scattered, we waste energy and can feel more tired as a result. But when we are clear and focused, the energy we put out goes toward the things that are important or valuable to us. And that is why I am incredibly excited about today's sponsor, the guided meditation app 10% Happier. I've always struggled with meditation because
I guess it's not. She's just talking about
as
an
you know,
ad.
I'm a
Let me
more
see.
anxious type
I
of
have
person,
burnout
and
and
trying to
nightmare
just be
disorder,
still and
which is
quiet
changing my. Oh
can sometimes feel like
no,
torture.
I'm so
But the
sorry.
10% Happier app offers
Sorry, sometimes the
guided
bot's not.
meditations on
It's just
specific
choosing not
topics or
to
goals.
say stuff. So
I
I
chose the ones by
apologize.
Oren about emotions and becoming more emotionally agile.
But I'm sorry to hear
because
that.
as he says,
Burnout and nightmare
we
disorder.
all have
Wow.
emotions, whether we want to admit it or not.
Sounds
And
like
while I know I have emotions
that developed
and I'm
from a lot
incredibly
of
aware
trauma
of them,
yourself.
I don't always feel like I manage them well. There was something powerful about not feeling like I had to do something, just reflect, that kept me coming back to the app every day. I know meditation can feel scary, or for some it's a little too woo-woo, but 10% Happier breaks it down and makes it more accessible. I hope you can give it a try and see what it can help you with. Get your 1-month free trial to the
DD364
10%
redeemed
Happier
Safety
app
Bot
and
says.
access simple exercises that help
Come on,
you
bot,
with life's
please
challenges.
read.
Just go to
Please say what needs to be said.
10%.com/Katie. The next sign.
Difficulty engaging in relationships.
Is we can have a difficulty engaging in relationships, meaning that we can isolate ourselves or struggle to connect with people. It's hard to let people in, so we can feel like no one really knows us.
It's
and this
like
can
I'm
be really
getting
hard,
cold
right?
sometimes.
We can
I
actually
don't
feel
react at all.
extremely lonely and isolated, but not feel safe enough or okay enough to be with anyone else. So we can kind of feel stuck in this like catch-22 where we want the connection because we need it, because all humans need it. It's okay to need people. You need that. But then
yeah, I think that's the main thing why I miss.
So we don't do
since
it.
I haven't been able to stream without my glasses, play games and stuff.
The next sign is
it's
that we
the
can feel
lack of
numb
connection
or empty.
with people that really has left me feeling empty. Yes, feel numb or empty.
And this happens as a result of the fact that our parents never checked in on us, never asked us how we were doing, and really listened. Never taught us how to check in with ourselves. So we can lack what is known as emotional intelligence, which is really just what it sounds like. Our understanding of our own emotions and the emotional landscape of being a human, right? And so if we've never learned how to do that, it was never okay to do it, and maybe even if we were trying to check in with ourselves, our parents were like, we don't have time for that, right? Stuff it deep like I do. Move on. So we can essentially feel nothing. We never had that opportunity. Therefore, we think no emotions are okay, and we can struggle to connect.
Let me see something. Is the bot down?
Pandagiri redeemed Safety Bot says.
I'm just typing in some random thing. Hold on. I don't know why it doesn't. It's very picky and choosy on when it wants to actually work.
Are you going to work, Dag Nabbit?
Oh man. Oh man.
Are you going to work, Dag Nabbit?
I have to replay it from the queue, but I wonder if it will work.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety Bot says.
It's so picky and choosy. I am so sorry. Duty. Let me see. Can
Please
I?
work.
Softy, do you have the mod view up or no? Okay, I'll. No, it's okay. I need to refund points, but it's DDs. Because they're not going through. Maybe some R ones, I don't know. Back. Did you already clear them out? I can't see. Man. Uh. How do you see what's no, that's 2 days ago? What? 4 days ago? Well, the recent two. Well, I don't see them. Where are they? Really? Oh, wow. There is a lot on the queue, isn't there? Um, okay, the rest are all good. How do I hit all complete? Oh, complete all? I got it. I got it. I did it. Yay. Okay. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's just gonna be finicky about it. I apologize for that.
Connect with any of them and feel just completely void of anything. Feeling empty and numb is something I've heard over and over again from members of our community and from my patients. And so it's almost like because we don't know how to identify anything we don't feel anything, or at least we think we don't. But I'm here to tell you, spoilers, you actually do. I also want to mention that this can be a sign of our depression and PTSD as well. And just so you know, childhood emotional neglect can lead to things like anxiety, depression, PTSD, etc. So this could be part of a bigger picture as well. Now, the fifth sign is that we struggle with any self-compassion.
I'm sure a lot of us can relate with that one. I know so many people deprecate themselves, you know, like they put themselves down constantly.
Offered us support and compassion or nurtured us and showed us what that looks like, we have no knowledge of how to give it or how to do it. And we can also get caught in this shame spiral of like, something's wrong with me. I'm not deserving of this. I'm not enough. Therefore, you know, I shouldn't be taken care of. No one should be compassionate with me, right? Something's broken and wrong inside. And this can also lead to us being really hard on ourselves or having unrealistic expectations, which in my practice has presented itself as my patients being really perfectionistic, thinking everything has to be just right. And sometimes we can even do this, hoping that if we do everything just right, then and only then will we be worthy or be able to ask for things and to accept them, right? It's almost like we have to earn it versus what we should have heard growing up is that you are worthy, and that you are important, you are enough. But because we didn't get those messages,
welcome back.
It can be hard for us to accept it.
Did you have a name change by chance? I don't recognize the name. I'm sorry, I'm really blind, so I'm like, I can really barely see.
And to nurture ourselves,
oh, yeah, welcome back.
Other people in spades. We can be extremely kind and compassionate for
if
others.
My model breaks is because I'm squinting at my screen.
People, but we just can't give it to ourselves. So just consider, you know, do you allow others to share what's
We're just currently
them?
watching
And you are loving
this is one of my favorite YouTube therapists.
It doesn't feel okay
she has such
to share what you're going through.
Interesting insights.
Just take a minute and consider that.
And makes
Sign
me
number
think
6.
about stuff. Right now it's about childhood emotional neglect. CEN.
Is that we can have an unhealthy independence. I want you to hear that again. I didn't say dependence. I said unhealthy independence. Now, the reason that we can have this is because we feel like we can't count on anyone else but ourselves. We have to do everything on our own because we don't trust other people to show up and to do what we need. So we can really have a tough time asking for help and actually allowing people to help us. And this is because we don't think we can count on anyone else, right? Everybody's always let us down, told us that we're not enough, or not listened to us, told us to stuff all of our needs and our feelings and our thoughts.
Like if any of you relate with any of these things,
therefore,
it usually
who can we
stems
trust?
from your caretakers, meaning
Just
you know,
ourselves.
parents or
And we
whoever
can
took care of you.
push people aside and not let people in, not let people, even if people offer and are like already showing us compassion and care, we can like poo-poo it, like no, 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 no. Or if someone gives us a compliment, this is very common. Someone will tell us something nice about ourselves or try to check in on us, and we'll be like, they're just lying, or they're only doing that because they feel bad. We completely negate anyone offering support and help. because we
I'm
believe
raising my
deep
hand to
down
that.
we can only trust
I always feel like
ourselves.
people
This sign can
are just
also
trying
cause
to
us
be nice.
hyper vigilant and lead to really unbalanced relationships where we give, but we never get anything in return. The next sign, and this is kind of woven into every sign,
We can struggle with shame. Oh, yes.
is that we can really struggle with shame. We think something is inherently wrong with us or that we're deeply flawed. And this can obviously lead to a really low self-esteem. And this comes from the belief that how we feel and what we need isn't valid or important. And that obviously is directly correlated with the fact that when we grew up, our parents just dismissed it or told us to shut it down or ignored it completely. Sign number 8, we can be sensitive to rejection.
Oh, yeah. Rejection is really painful.
Since we could have grown up feeling constantly rejected, right? If we came to our parents and were asking for support and care, and they're like, you're too much, or that's not important, or sit down and shut up.
Yep.
We can feel very sensitive to anyone in our lives putting us down or not wanting us around or feeling like they don't accept us, because it can remind us of what our childhood was like. It can be extremely triggering. And the final sign, sign number 9.
You can be easily overwhelmed or discouraged. Oh, yes.
Is we can be easily overwhelmed or discouraged. And this comes from the fact that because we can struggle to identify any emotions we're feeling, let alone accepting any of them, right? Those don't exist. Stuff those down. We'll ignore them. When we do feel something or we have something big happen to us, we don't know how to deal with it. And we can quickly become overwhelmed by our emotions or our experience, frankly, because it's all really foreign, right? And it can feel really uncomfortable. We're like, I don't even know what this is. And we can kind of just want to shove our head in the ground and like shut down. This is honestly when a lot of people, like my patients and members
Like an
of our
ostrich
community,
sticking
will
their head in the
report
sand.
dissociating because our brain's like, this is too much for my system. I got to pull the ripcord and disconnect so that I can get through this. So if you find this happening and feeling like you're going from okay, overwhelmed, dissociate.
Hello. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm trying to read. Glurpy Slurpy? Did I say that right? Sorry, I can't see anything without my glasses because they're broken and the shot messed up. But thank you for the follow. And I'm glad my alerts worked. I saw that work actually. Yay, it worked. But yeah, thank you again for the follow and welcome to the Bamboo Force. I'm currently watching a video from one of my favorite YouTube therapists named Katie Morton. She's really, really good, and she's talking about childhood emotional neglect and the different signs that it can cause, like a sign to show that you may be struggling with childhood emotional neglect. And usually it's stemming from your caretakers, you know, like your parents or whoever. If you didn't have parents, you had grandparents, you had aunts and uncles, you had just, you know, anything that anybody that was your primary caregiver. And this is the last one it looks like, or one of the last ones I think, but it's really interesting how she addresses all this stuff. But yeah, no, most of the time I'm mainly playing video games, but right now, because my eyesight is so bad, I cannot play any games. I can't it's not simple just like nearsightedness. It's that I have my eyes are misaligned and I have to have prisms to have them work together. It's like, you know, motion blur in video games, that annoying motion blur that kind of wigs people's eyes out sometimes, and they always want to go in the options and turn it off. I like have that built in my head naturally. So when things move too fast on my screen, like video games where I have to control it, it gives me migraines. And so I have been taking a break from video games. I mean, outside of doing quick dailies where my husband plays with me and plays the game with me and basically holds my hand and carries me through things. But yeah, welcome and thank you again for the follow. I'm Panda Giri. Um, but yeah, another thing I'm really passionate about is learning about different aspects of mental health. And um, I'm not somebody to come to for
Lapis
advice.
Lepi redeemed good ol. H2O.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. And yes, I have my TTS bot telling me what is redeemed because I can't read anything. I mean, I can read, but I have to like literally break my model, as you can see, and stare at my screen and just squint. And so that's why when you see my model wig out like that is because I have a webcam, so the webcam stops picking me up and I can't see anything. So yeah, that's right. That's why. I do have a TTS bot. It costs 10 channel points and it is the bot itself is in beta, so it's not 100% accurate. Uh, it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. So just heads up if you want to use that to chat with us, that'd be handy because right now it's hard for me to read anything. And I will read it eventually, but I have to like again stare at my screen. But yeah, thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. And I hope you're having a great day. And thanks again for the follow. I'm gonna continue the video now.
It could be a sign. Obviously, it doesn't help to just know the signs that we've been emotionally neglected, and we might have thought that for a long time. What's important is knowing how to overcome it.
That's what I'm working on right
My
now.
first tip, I know you guys aren't going to like this answer, but it's the truth, is inner child work. Now, in order to have our thoughts, feelings, and needs finally listened to, we're going to need to get back in touch with our younger self and offer that up to him or her.
This is the one aspect that my therapist has tried to address with me, but is one thing that I struggle with big time. Because it's like I have this major disconnect between myself and my quote unquote inner child. I don't like thinking about my inner child. I don't like thinking or picturing or going back to that time. It's like this hang up inside of me that sits there and just like says nope. You know, big old nope. You're not gonna do that. Um, it's too much and too overwhelming. And after a while, she just, stopped pushing me to try it. She's trying different routes and different approaches to doing that. Like one of the biggest, most popular things that therapists like to do is to say, imagine your your younger self is in front of you and give them a big hug. Um, when you never really got any hugs, if you end up dealing with a situation similar to mine, and they're just like, imagine your younger self in front of you and just give them a really big hug. And I'm like, mm-mm, because, and even to this day, and then mainly it's probably because I struggle with any physical contact whatsoever. Because growing up, the only physical contact I got were beatings. I never got hugs. I never really had any affection shown towards me. Um, and then on top of that, when I was 19, I was also raped. So I I struggle with all kinds of physical contact. And even though I am married, I'm also asexual. And so is my partner. My husband is also asexual. So we just, I'm really bad with hugs. He likes to hug. It's not that we don't like any affection whatsoever. He's a big hugger. I'm not. And even to this time, it's like it's not even something that I require or think about. Um, I just cannot hug people. And it's really awkward for me to reach out, even though sometimes I'll chat it as a sign of reassurance to people that I chat with, and just try to reassure them that, everything will be fine, right? Or, I'm here for you kind of thing, just a reach out. I would never be able to do that in real life. I'm not a huggy person. Um, And when people reach out to hug me, I'm just like a statue. I'm kind of like, oh my God, what? But I'm slowly relaxing to that. And even with Safety, my husband, I'm starting to get used to hugs, even though it's been like 20 years, 20 plus years with us together. It's something that's really ingrained. I cannot hug my inner child. I can't imagine my inner child. It's hard for me to even picture that inner child, let alone work with the inner child, you know? So this tip number one, and she even, addresses that it weirds a lot of people out. I'm glad to know that I'm not alone in this, but at the same time, it's really weird to, if you can do it, that's great because it's very helpful. You give yourself permission to give your inner child what you lacked, It's basically addressing and giving that child, the younger self, something that you were deprived of,
Now, I know a lot of people feel like, but that's just weird, and like I can't just give myself what I needed. I'm here to tell you that you can. And I am putting together an inner child workshop. You can click the link in the description to learn more if you're struggling with this step. But we can utilize tools like children's books, looking at photos or videos of us as a child to kind of reconnect and to hear from our child self what they're so desperately craving. And then adult us, because we have more means, right? We have more resources at our disposal, we can offer that to child us. And that can be through letter writing. There's a ton of different exercises. Like I said, I'm putting together a workshop because I know a lot of you have struggled with this, but inner child work can really help us heal. My second tip is to be more aware of our feelings. I know, feelings. Ugh. But I promise you, we all
She's
have
so
them.
real.
We have tons of them each and every day. We just don't take the time to acknowledge them. And especially if in our childhood, no one taught us to acknowledge them or showed their own to give us a better idea of what anger or excitement can look like, it can take us some time. So hop on Google and just look up feelings wheel or feelings chart and just see if any of the words that you're reading sound familiar or are something that maybe you're like, I think I might be feeling that. Just start tapping in, start trying to pay attention little by little. And my goals always start really small by trying to identify one a day. Then after a week or so, as that gets a little easier, right? It's like a muscle we're building. Move up to 2 a day,
Pandagiri redeemed
3,
Safety Bot
4,
says.
and I always end around 5, even though we have a lot more feelings than that each and every day. Don't feel like you have to do an exhaustive list, but getting more in touch with them is going to be incredible.
What are feelings?
My next
Do they
tip is
exist?
to practice what is called the story of an emotion, and it's honestly just like what it sounds like.
When it does
when
work.
we feel something, tell me why that feeling exists, not in a judgmental way, and be like a detective about it. A detective about your emotions. Okay, so I feel extremely excited. Let's just pick that. I'm so excited. Why am I excited? Let me think. Okay, that's because yesterday I checked a big to-do off of my to-do list. I really did. I'm not lying. I honestly did. So I checked that off my to-do list. So I'm excited because that's done, and that means that the inner child workshop is coming to fruition. I've put in all this work, and that's where it's coming from. That's the story of that emotion for me, that excitement emotion. So as we start to get more in touch with our feelings, we have that list of 1 or 2 or 3. Tell me the story of them. Okay, so I'm feeling really discouraged. Where's that coming from? What's the story that led up to that emotion? It sounds kind of silly, like why am I digging so deeply into these? Because it's important for us to acknowledge and validate those emotions, not just identify. We need to say, yes, it's okay and exists because of this, this, and this, and that's how I got to here. It's kind of what we wished our parents had given us that they didn't, and so we're just filling that void. Another tip is to describe the feelings that we're having without using the feelings word. And I've talked about this in the past, but it could be anything like, let's say I'm feeling angry. Okay, so if I was going to describe anger to you without using the word angry, how would I do that? I would say anger feels like a fire in my stomach. Feels like clenched fists, tight muscles, gritting teeth. And it almost, my head feels like there's just too many racing thoughts. I can't get them out right. It feels like chaos in my head.
Yeah,
that would be how I would describe anger without just saying anger feels angry. Right? And again, it's just another way to kind of get to know our emotions and better understand how we experience them. My next tip is to know that feelings aren't facts. Just because we feel some kind of way about what's happening,
Wonder how that would work.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety Bot says.
Right? I could be reacting to a past experience, meaning that, let's say growing up, I had a really bad time in school.
Anger feels angry. Grr.
So when I go to the pool with my friends for like a party on the weekend,
that was so funny.
I can feel
After
really
you
agitated,
put on your
anxious, and
headset.
super upset. Right? Really irritable.
It was so funny. Hold on a second. No, you're fine. This was great. Ready?
Anger feels angry. Grr.
Did you hear it?
Anger feels angry. Grr.
I'm so sorry with the little things in life, right? That are just so entertaining.
Anger feels angry. Grr.
Okay, I'll
But those
continue.
feelings don't mean that the situation right now is agitating and upsetting. It's actually something that happened before, right? So I know this is kind of maybe hard to conceptualize or understand, but what it means is we can have feelings for a lot of different reasons, which is why it's important to do the story of an emotion. And those feelings don't mean that it's tied directly to the reality of what's going on right now. My next tip is to take some time recognizing what needs we have. And this is hard. This is often work that I would encourage you to do with a therapist because our needs have never been attended to or never validated. Therefore, we can struggle to even acknowledge what they are. But I encourage you to start with your basic needs, right? We all need food and water. We all need sleep. And we all need connection. Okay, so those are just 3 basic needs I want you to start with. And then the next step is to try to do things to meet those needs. Meaning, am I giving myself food every 3 to 4 hours? Am I drinking enough water? Am I making time to connect with people who understand me? This might just be with our therapist or with one friend. That's fine. That is sufficient. But just taking some time to acknowledge those needs and making some steps to meet them is going to be incredibly helpful. And that first is it's important to get in touch with what our body's feeling, what we're experiencing, so that we can identify our emotions and what we're going through earlier on. Helps to tap in. And the last tip is that once we get better at identifying our emotions, we can take it one step further and figure out what that emotion is asking for. For example, if we're feeling angry, does that mean that we need to be heard and understood? I know, it's kind of hard, but helpful. Or if we're feeling sad, does that emotion tell us that we need to do some self-care or connect with someone? Just try to consider what your emotions are asking for, because then we can actually meet that need. I hope you found this helpful. If you feel like I left anything out, because trust me, there's so much I could talk about with regards to this, but leave it in the comments down below. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week, and I'll see you next time.
Interesting. I know a lot of people.
ADHD is a very misunderstood disorder. Many thinking it's a learning disability or that it means that they're lazy or stupid. I've heard from many members of our community that they have even been told these things by teachers or parents while they were growing up. It's just terrible. But the truth is that ADHD isn't any of those things, but it can cause motivation issues for us, which is why today I want to talk about procrastination and ADHD. And if you're new here, welcome. My name is Katie Morton and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I talk about depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and really anything mental health related. So if you'd like to subscribe, we would love to have you. I promise you will always leave with some helpful information for you or for someone you love. And subscribing really helps creators keep doing what we do. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. First, it's important to understand what procrastination is. And procrastination itself is an avoidance behavior, right? We're putting something off. We're procrastinating on it, probably because we either don't want to do it, it seems overwhelming, or we just don't feel motivated. Those of us with ADHD can have issues with motivation, and it can even be painful to break through that to actually do the thing we need to. And so it's not necessarily that those of us with ADHD are procrastinating. It's the fact that we're lacking the motivation because the thing that we're putting off is something that we find to be tedious or uninteresting. And if it was interesting to us, we wouldn't have issues with that motivation at all. And I've talked about this in the past, but those of us with ADHD are like heat-seeking missiles for dopamine because our brains, if you don't know, not to get too nerdy with it, but our brains don't have enough dopamine transporters to carry our dopamine to its final destination where we feel rewarded. Because if you don't know, dopamine is like that feel-good chemical in our brain that feeds that reward system, which is why when we get accolades at work or maybe, you know, purchase something exciting, we feel rewarded, we get excited. That's dopamine doing all that feel-good work. Those of us with ADHD have dopamine. We just don't have enough of these transporters to get it to where it needs to go, so we're not getting that hit. This video is sponsored by Fabulous, the #1 self-care app to help you build better habits and achieve your goals. I think we all struggle with procrastination from time to time. And if we have ADHD, it can be incredibly hard to motivate, which is why I'm excited about today's sponsor, Fabulous. Fabulous is the #1 self-care app to help you build better habits and achieve your goals. It's based on behavioral science and breaks down science.
Hey, Dorn. How are you?
Rural TTS rural mother.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for the bit. But yeah, how are you? Dorn, thank you for stopping by. Hold on. I'm just watching some videos from one of my favorite YouTube therapists.
One more, and after I kill it, I'm pretty sure they're just gonna spawn in more enemies. Actually, a few more. Hold on.
I'm still blind, so I can't really see what you're...
Holy crap!
It just cuts off at holy crap. Just got home, about to eat. Oh, have a good meal, and welcome home. But yeah, thank you again for stopping by. It was good to see you again. Yeah, I just can't see anything. I'm sorry. It's interesting that the bot picked that up on the vid. Because I thought he said it. Hey, Safdie, did you notice that? The little bear bot. Okay, anyway, you're busy with work. It read the TTS even though it was... Anyway, doesn't matter. I think I need to look into that. That's really interesting because I thought I had it conditional. Okay, anyway.
Science-backed daily routines into smaller steps so that they're achievable and, most importantly, something that we can stick to. It helps you learn to create rituals that help propel you toward your goals and participate in challenges that will build motivation and awareness along the way. It started off small by having me drink water and eat breakfast every day. But as I've continued to utilize the app, I've been able to use it to support so much more than that. Like right now, I'm working my way through a coaching series called Procrastinate No Longer. And it's really helped me recognize the times I've been procrastinating because I'm expecting something to turn out perfect. And how that actually robbed me of any enjoyment. It makes it harder for me to want to do something like that again. It's like I get stuck in this unhealthy cycle. And it's great because it also offers some helpful insights and ways I can reward myself for each step along the way. Each portion of the coaching is just about 2 minutes long, so I can easily just pop in my headphones and check in. And if I need connection from others working on this too, there's Fabulous Circles, where I can chat with people from all over the world. It's been incredibly helpful in motivating myself to check in more and to do some small things each day to help improve my mood. Use the Fabulous app to start building your ideal daily routine. The first 100 people who click on the link will get 25% off a Fabulous subscription. Thanks again to Fabulous for sponsoring this video. It's because of people like them that I can keep creating content like this. You might be wondering, well, Katie, why am I able to focus on certain things and not on others? Well, there are natural ways to drive our motivation. And in ADHD treatment, they focus on these 4 factors that help drive this. And the first is novelty. something new and interesting, right? The second is interest. Like I said at the beginning, if we find something engaging, we want to do it. There's no issue with motivation there. The third is urgency. A lot of my friends with ADHD will say, I work really well under pressure. And if I have a deadline, I will meet that deadline, right? That urgency pushes us to be motivated. And the fourth is degree of challenge. If we feel that something is like pushing us to do something a little bit better or learn a little bit more, it's just a little bit more difficult, we can rise to the occasion and feel motivated enough to start the project or do the thing that maybe we didn't know if we could do. And this could be to blame in a good way for why we're able to get certain things accomplished, right? Like why we can study for that test the day before we have it, or why we can finish that project right before it's due. But procrastination, right? This procrastination versus ADHD. So procrastination, on the other hand, is more of a defense mechanism for when a task feels overwhelming, difficult, or unpleasant. If we don't have any other ways to address this task, we can just avoid it. But that avoidance can lead to higher levels of stress or anxiety. So we can wonder, why do I keep putting things off when it's bad for me? It just only makes me feel worse. Well, it's because stress and anxiety aren't motivating factors. We need to break down the task into smaller, more manageable tasks and then reward ourselves for completing them. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why people find themselves procrastinating. A huge one is anxiety, right? If even engaging with that thing makes me feel overcome with worry, I'm not going to want to do it. Or there can be fear of failure, right? I'm so concerned about how people are going to perceive me or that it's not going to go well, right? If I already have almost like a negative self-talk and negative belief about myself, I'm going to think or assume everything's going to go wrong. And so if everything's going to go wrong, why even start? Why would I want to try to do that thing, right? I might put it off and put it off and put it off, procrastinate, so that I can, in my mind, put off that failure. Another is that the reward is just too far out. If we can't see the reward, again, because remember, those of us with ADHD have dopamine, but we don't have enough of those transmitters, so we're not feeling that hit, that reward. So if the reward is too far out for us, we really just don't see the benefit, and it can be really hard for us to motivate to do anything. The next is perfectionism. I've struggled with this in my life. If I can't do something 100%, I don't want to do it at all. But spoilers, a lot of things in our life can't be done 100%. And so that concern over it being perfect and having to have all the time to do it just right, it can prevent us from ever engaging with something, again, because it's going to immediately feel overwhelming. Another reason we can procrastinate is we have a difficulty seeing ourselves in the future. And when I was reading about this, my therapist brain automatically jumped to depression. If we're struggling with a positive outlook on life and all we see is just everything going wrong, right? Or we have no hope for the future, or, we're so caught up in the moment, it's like hard for us to think about ourselves tomorrow. It's going to be really difficult to motivate for something or motivate towards something that takes a little time to put together. Another reason we can procrastinate is lack of energy. If we aren't taking care of our basic needs, if we're not getting good sleep, eating enough, drinking enough water, we're not going to feel the energy needed to start a new task. I think we all would agree that that first effort that we have to put out to get something new going, it takes a little extra oomph. And if we don't have that oomph, we're not going to want to start it. And there's a lot of other reasons we can procrastinate, but that's just a few to get you thinking about where it may be coming from for you. It's going to be incredibly helpful to figure out what feeds your procrastination. Like, of the things I mentioned, were there a few that you're like, yeah, that's me? Like, for me, it used to be perfectionism. Now I'd say sometimes it's lack of energy, right? As I've been honest about, like, I struggle with work-life balance sometimes, and so the thought of starting something new can just feel exhausting already. Yeah. But just being honest with yourself about what you think feeds it for you. What is preventing you from starting these new projects? Or why is it that you're putting something off? And there's going to be other reasons, right? I just named a couple of them. But just think about it. Where is it coming from? Because if we don't know what's causing it, we're not going to be able to overcome it. So let's say it is lack of energy, like I'm speaking to myself, then something I could do is I could take some action, right? Do some behaviors like focusing on making sure I'm getting enough sleep, making sure that I'm eating properly every 3 to 4 hours, drinking enough water, taking taking the weekends off, right? There can be these specific actions that I can slowly put into place Don't put them all in place at once because then I'll feel overwhelmed, right? But there are some small changes we can make to help us work toward a more productive and less procrastinating type of person. And it's slow and steady, right? It's a process, it's not perfection, because we don't want to get ourselves caught where we put all of these new behaviors on ourselves. Oh, I need to change this and this and this and this and this and this. Then again, we're going to run into that same problem where we want to procrastinate the self-care.
Yep.
So make it small and manageable. There's a ton of psychological research to support the fact that our to-do list shouldn't be longer than 7 things. That's why phone numbers without the area code are 7 digits long.
Oh,
it's what we're
interesting.
able to hold in our brain at one time. So that's just a little tip from me to you to help you kind of minimize how many things you're expecting out of yourself each day, because that overwhelm, again, could be leading to that procrastination. And also make sure those 7 things aren't things that need days and days and days to complete. We need these 7 small to-dos to be things we can accomplish in one day. And that's really helped me stay motivated and jump into that, like, oh, I need to do that thing. It's helped me get moving, because it's often that first hump that's the hardest to get over, right? It's the starting that's the hardest. And once we get that ball rolling, we can usually move forward and keep being productive at the level that we need to be. So take some time to consider where it's coming from for you, because ADHD does not mean that we are lazy or that we procrastinate. It means we struggle with motivation because we don't have those dopamine transmitters, right? And so we might need to trick ourselves into using those 4 factors, remember, like novelty and urgency. We might need to set some timers for ourselves or set some deadlines to keep us going forward. We might need to take breaks to do something that's a little bit interesting, right? We have to figure out where it's coming from for us and what behaviors we can change to help get us out of this cycle of procrastination, because I think it's something we all struggle with from time to time. But I would love to hear from you. Are there certain tips and tricks and things that you do to help yourself get started and stop procrastinating? Leave those in the comments down below. Have a wonderful week, and I will see you next time.
I love this lady. She just has this way of explaining stuff that just really hits at home. I don't know. She's a great online therapist. If you want to watch some of her stuff yourself, anyone out there, that's her channel. Oh, I wonder, this is a year ago, I guess, an older video, but
Dissociative identity disorder, or DID, is so often misunderstood and stigmatized by people online, which is why today I'm going to explain
struggle
what
with
DID is,
disassociation.
why it happens, and offer 4 ways that we can better manage it. And if you're new here and you would like to subscribe, we would love to have you. I talk about all things mental health, from narcissism to dissociation to eating disorders and everything in between. I promise you will leave with helpful information that you can share with your friends and family. Let's jump into the video.
Chocolate disc 0 redeemed good all.
When trying to figure out
H2O.
if someone has dissociative identity disorder, or DID, we first turn to the DSM to look at the diagnostic criteria. Now, for those of you wondering what the DSM is, it's basically a guide that mental health professionals use to help us decide what mental illness someone has.
Following symptoms need to be present to diagnose dissociative identity
The first
disorder.
symptom someone must have is a disruption of identity characterized by 2 or more distinct personality states, meaning that we have multiple personality states that are very different from one another, and it's noticeably different from who we were before we had these various personalities. And this is essentially why it used to be called multiple personality disorder.
Oh, is that
The second
why?
criteria is that we have gaps in our memory of everyday events. We can think that we're just being super forgetful, but this type of memory loss isn't consistent with normal forgetting. For example, no matter how hard we try, we can't recall what we did yesterday. It can be uncomfortable, not to mention jarring. And similar to all dissociative disorders, when we are dissociated, remember our brain kind of pulls the ripcord on reality. We're just kind of spaced out. During that time, our brain is going to have a very difficult time forming memories or allowing us to recall any information. And we can have these gaps in memory. They can last for hours, sometimes days, and for many people, even longer than that. Now, the third criteria and the final one is that these symptoms must cause clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, and other important areas of functioning. Now, the key piece of this is that it causes distress, meaning that I'm bothered by it, right? If it's happening to me, I'm bothered by it. Or it impairs us, right? So it's causing distress or impairment. And impairing us means we can't do what we need to do. Because I often hear the question from my patients and other members of our community, Katie, if it's not bothering me, then why do I need to work on it? The answer is because it's getting in the way of us being able to live a healthy and happy life. So you can see why the distress and impairment is an important piece. And I found a really helpful explanation on a mental health blog called Sane Australia, where one person shared their experience, and they said, I quote, "For starters, my voices are inside my head. They are not external sounds. They're more like conscious thoughts that you have in your mind. However, my voices don't sound like a conscious thought pattern. They have their own sound. It's similar if you listen to people around you in a restaurant. They're distinctive. Like when your partner or boss talks to you, you know the sound of their voice and can tell them apart from other people. This is the same with my voices. I can tell most of them apart when they talk." There are a lot of misconceptions about DID, which I think makes it harder to understand. For example, I hear from a lot of people that they think DID means we have like complete alter egos, like different personalities, like a whole different person is coming forward and acting on my behalf. Almost like I don't have any say or choice in the matter. But DID is more like I'm split into parts. I think we can all kind of agree that like the me that shows up for work to be a therapist is different than the me that meets my girlfriends out for drinks on a Saturday night. Or let's say I'm really frustrated. I've had like a total shit day. That person, like agitated Katie, is going to be different than like sitting watching my favorite show, gotten everything done I needed to get done that day, right? Those emotional states can even be different. And I like to think of DID like that because these different parts of myself, irritated Katie or like protective Katie and more passive Katie or work Katie, right? Those are all kind of parts of who I am. And these different alters or personalities are often just like those different parts. It's just that one part will kind of be the front runner or the one that's leading the charge. Now, later in that same blog post, the author writes, "A major thing at home is doing things I don't remember. Moving things in the house, getting blamed for things, receiving groceries I don't remember ordering, and regularly changing what I'm doing. I mean, I have to tape most TV shows because I would miss too much if I didn't. For example, 15 minutes into a show, I may find myself up, walking to the laundry because a voice remembered the washing. No sooner is the washing hung out than I'm in the kitchen putting the kettle on. Next, I'm back in the lounge to rewind and watch what I missed on the show. But then, 10 minutes later, I'm back up because the other voice wants the cup of coffee. That's just a typical dysfunctional day, and it's very exhausting. It's these gaps in memories that I find make DID really debilitating, and the reason many of my patients have reached out for help for it. Imagine not knowing what you've done at work or at school or what you've said in your relationships. Imagine kind of like coming to and being in a totally different place and you have no idea how you've gotten there. I can't tell you how many of you and my patients have told me they'll sometimes like wake up driving a car. That's so terrifying. Not to mention just exhausting if we don't know what we've done or not done and we keep redoing or sending that same email. People can think we're losing our minds and it can feel that way. And I find this component, that second diagnostic criteria, the gaps in memory, to be the most debilitating. It's also important to know that DID is primarily due to trauma, especially childhood trauma, which makes sense if we think about it because when we're traumatized as children, we often can't fight back or get away from our abusers. So we go into the only other option, our freeze state. And we know trauma's born out of that freeze state, right? Now, freezing can cause us to dissociate as a way of getting through the trauma without having to be fully present. That's why I call it our brain pulling the ripcord, because it kind of gives us the space between ourselves and what's happening so that we're almost like outside of our bodies watching something take place versus being present in our body, feeling it, right? It gives us some distance between what's happening and the pain that we're feeling in the moment. And just to offer another example
Totally
of
agree
how
with that.
DID can feel, here's a comment from our community about their personal experience with DID. And they share, quote, "Living with this disorder is incredibly hard. We have good days and then bad days. Days I can't recall important information, and I've ended up in strange places and panicked. It has destroyed relationships around me. Some were toxic, but others not so bad. And these alters or personalities I was unaware of until about 2 years ago, after a stay in the hospital, and a therapist finally followed up with correct medications for my symptoms. We feel that we might get somewhere. But some of my alters are older. I have a child and a male. And day to day, it's a struggle figuring between who's fronting, etc. And I could go on and on, but dissociative identity disorder is incredibly hard. But it has also saved my life at times from the abuse that we've been through. Now you can see how these symptoms, especially the struggles with cohesive memory, can make it very difficult to live the life that we want. And that's why it's so important to find ways to better manage it. And with that, let's jump into 4 tools that can help us better manage our DID.
I'm watching one of my favorite YouTube therapists. She's really good, and she's talking about.
My first tip is to identify the triggers that cause us to switch personality states or alters. This way we can be prepared with coping skills ahead of time to kind of calm our nervous system. Now, these coping skills may even distract us enough so that we don't switch when it's not convenient for us, like maybe during a presentation at work or something like that. And this can help us stay present and in control of what we say and do during an argument or, during a really stressful test, for example. Knowing what to look out for ahead of time gives us those important minutes to take action before our DID symptoms take over. My second tip is to learn a few grounding techniques. If we can feel our alter or voices coming on, maybe we feel, like a sense of overwhelm or anxiety. Maybe our palms get really sweaty. We may want to go in the bathroom really quick and splash some cold water on our face or try to count colors in the room. And the way that we do this is just by looking around and counting how many things in the room are brown, and then black and blue, etc. And a similar method I like is also the alphabet game, where we look around trying to find something that starts with the letter A, and then we move on to the letter B and C and so on. Doing anything that keeps us present will help us better manage our DID. My third tip is the use of medication. Since DID and other dissociative disorders often don't happen on their own, like, for example, DID often accompanies PTSD, which could also come along with anxiety or depression or any other slew of mental illnesses, a medication to help treat those other mental illnesses may be to your benefit. So if this is of interest to you, talk to your psychiatrist and see if medication could help you on your path to recovery. And my fourth and final tip is to work with a therapist, and if possible, one who's a trauma specialist. Most trauma specialists understand DID because a lot of what they do is helping people work through trauma that has caused us to develop symptoms of dissociation, which DID is a dissociative disorder, right?
Definitely.
So a mental health professional overall can help us better process that past trauma or whatever the cause was. Again, getting to kind of the root of the root. I've talked about this in the past, that we can sometimes treat, like, let's say it's a plant, right, that we're talking about. We're going to treat kind of the things that we see, maybe the flowers and the leaves that are above ground. But really, we know for any of my gardeners out there, if you just cut a weed off, it'll grow right back if you don't pull the root out. And the same goes with a lot of mental illnesses, a lot of trauma-based mental illnesses. If we don't dig down and figure out what the root of it is and pull that root out, process it, figure out what it is, where it came from, how we can stop it from happening again, it will just keep growing back. And so finding a therapist who not only understands dissociative disorders, but also trauma can help us actually dig into that root, pull it out so that we can move forward without any undesirable symptoms. In general, there's a lot of misinformation out there about DID, and I want you all to know that everyone's experience is going to be different. And from my patients and other members of our community who have told me about theirs, this switching isn't often so abrupt or noticeable. It can be often a very internal experience. Just like the blog post I was reading about the person saying it was a voice in their head and they weren't, just all of a sudden popped up, helped them feel calm, on they went with their day. That could be your experience too, which is why it's really important that we don't just look out into media and online, resources to figure out if we have it or not. We're going to need to see a professional to ensure that we get properly diagnosed and treated.
That's
I hope you found this video helpful. As always, if you think I missed something or you want to share your own experience with DID, please feel free to do so down in those comments below. And I have other videos about dissociation you can check out. I hope that's helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.
Let's see, what else is there? I can't remember. 7 things not to say to someone who's grieving. I can barely see. Derealization. What? Wow. Binge eating. What if I don't want to get better? Therapist reacts to friends clips. Uh-oh. Oh, she has a lot of reaction videos. Interesting. I didn't know she did that. Religious trauma syndrome. I wonder what that's about. Huh?
Safety Kuma redeemed Safety Bot says.
I wonder what that's about. Sorry, I'm trying to read the text on my screen. It's just really hard.
Is this the part where Jesus needs money?
Oh, goodness. Let's see here. Open link, a new tab. Okay. I'll put that and open a new tab. I want to pull this one up because I struggled with that for a long time. Still do, but ooh, this is interesting. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Understanding your stress responses. That's a good one to watch. Okay, I'm gonna actually step away because I need to use the little pandas room and refill my water. So yeah, I will be right back. Make sure you guys get up and do what you need to do. I don't know, or just, lurk, whatever works. I also need to refill my water because it's all gone. So yeah, I will be right back. Take care.
Well, luckily you said something before that because I didn't have to use my thing.
Murdered.
Yes, murdered. But that's okay. Clee was here. Thank you for the green. I wonder if these are more like yoga shoes or something. That's what my guess is. Or something. Wait, do you... I have a little dot for a nose, technically. Boom. Whoa! Did you see?
Do 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 do.
Is that it?
No, it's not it.
What?
Do do
Oh.
do. Life blooms like a flower, far away or by the road, waiting for the one to guide away back home. Time flows across the world. There's always a longer way to go. Till I reach your arms, wide are there for you.
Is that it? Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah.
He wore himself out playing with all the children. You'd think he was 12 years old.
Welcome back.
They're still going out there. I can't keep up with them.
What happened to Patty?
She's still dancing. I really don't get kids.
I saw you having a good time, though. You're an awesome dancer,
Uh-oh.
Rita.
Uh-oh.
Shut up.
Oh. Yeah, there it is.
Huh?
I love this.
Old man's asleep already? That was quick.
Yay, I got 2 golds.
Yay.
Have been saying fiber uppercut.
Fiber, 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 uppercut.
Oh
Fiber
my
knee.
god. Oh my goodness.
All right.
Why can't I just picture the silly image of like there.
Okay, I have the red nose. Okay, now I can sing it.
Okay.
Okay. Safty the red-nosed Kuma. He was a very technical. And if you ever saw him, you would even say Teddy. All of the other Kuma used to laugh and call him names. They never left for Safty.
Alright, I am
Join
back.
in any streamer.
I just noticed that it was already 4:30. I didn't realize it was
Hey
that.
everybody,
Whoa. I didn't think it was gonna autoplay. But anyway, which one is this one? Oh yeah, okay. So maybe just geez. Only enough time for like one more.
according to a Pew Research.
Jeez. I will probably, I don't know. I'm gonna try this one. It's a little loud.
Hey everybody, today I want to talk about people pleasing. And the reason that I want to bring this up is because I feel like it just keeps coming up in conversations that I have, either with those of you in the comments below a video or on Patreon live streams or in Hangouts. I feel like it just keeps coming up over and over again. And if you've been following me for any amount of time or been on some of our Patreon live streams recently, you know that I myself am a recovering people pleaser. And I say recovering because I still struggle. And there are times that I still find myself saying sorry too much or trying to do things in order to get people to act a certain way. It's this weird way that I try to control my environment when I feel overwhelmed. And overall, I believe that there are two main reasons that we can struggle with people pleasing behavior. And the first, and where I think it comes from for me, but I'll dig more into that in a bit, is anxiety based, where I can feel so anxious and so worried about people being mad or that I'm not doing things right. And that uncontrollable worry leads me into, trying to please others so that there's some semblance of control, if that makes sense. And then the second, and one that I've talked about in videos recently, is kind of that fawn response or having people pleasing behavior in relation to trauma. And the reason for that, if you haven't caught those videos, is really that we fawn over people in our lives as a way to prevent them from harming us again. And I do want to put out there, because someone mentioned, I forget which video this was, but let's say a video or two ago, about how not all trauma or not all abuse is like loud, like things that we would notice. It can be kind of quiet abuse, like emotional neglect and things like that. And so I just want to say that also could be a reason that we people please, so that maybe we get a little bit more of that attention we've been craving or something like that. And I think it is important for us to know that trauma and issues with people, it can look a lot different, right? It's not always out loud and in our face. We don't always feel the abuse physically. We can feel it emotionally, and that's just as painful and just as powerful. So people pleasing for me, I'm still working on it. And there are times, you guys, when I haven't slept well,
I haven't been eating, like I'm hungry, right? I haven't eaten in like 3 or 4 hours. I'm starting to get hungry. Or I haven't felt very connected to people in my life. I'm feeling lonely. You guys know that HALT, the hungry, angry, lonely, tired, checking in on those things. If I'm not taking care of those basic needs for myself, I will find myself slipping into that people-pleasing behavior more. I will apologize for things that I don't even know what I'm apologizing for. I'll say sorry. I'll feel like I'm in the way if I'm out in public. I will try to do things to please Sean overly, like what's not necessary. It's fine to want to please people in our lives and to do things nice for others that we love, but it shouldn't like be, overwhelming like that. And the main way that it comes out for me is saying sorry. I say sorry all the time. I say sorry for things that I had nothing to do with. I say sorry for things I'm not even sorry about. I say sorry for taking up space. And I think for me, my people pleasing is like born out of my discomfort with conflict. I have this like intense struggle with conflict. And for a while, I wondered if maybe it came from trauma in my childhood or something like that. And I talked about it in therapy for a long time, and even talked with my mom, and she was like, even as a kid, if your dad and I even just had a disagreement, not even like a full-on argument, you would be like, stop, as like a little kid. Like I would want them to be like, stop screaming. My mom's like, we're not screaming, we're just arguing about where to go for dinner. Like it wasn't, I have always just been really uncomfortable with it. And I dug into that thinking maybe there was trauma there, but I think really where it comes out of is that deep-rooted anxiety and just difficulty with conflict. And I wish I had better answers for you, but I wanted to put that out there because sometimes in therapy, it's not like we have this neat answer for why we have a symptom, right? I people please, and it's not like, oh, it's directly correlated to this and it ties up nicely in a bow and we're okay. It was more me discovering that I don't like conflict. And I'm not even sure where that comes from. My guess is anxiety, because there's a lot of people in my family who have anxiety, and I know I run on the anxious side of things. So that anxiety, coupled with the fact that for some reason I've always just hated conflict, like makes me want to people please so that I'm never in conflict with other people. And I work on it to notice the symptoms for me. So I just want to put that out there because it's not always neat and tidy. I'd love it if it was, but if you feel like your therapy is a little messy and not all of it makes sense, it's okay. I'm there with you. So that's that component. Then I want to talk a little bit about the trauma-based. If you find you have trauma in your life, we can people please as a way to protect ourselves and in future relationships. So let's say we have this abusive relationship when we grow up, when we find ourselves fawning over our abuser so that they maybe don't hurt us as much or as often or as badly or whatever we think that we're doing, right? We're doing our best to do everything just right to hopefully get a better result. Then, so that relationship, let's say hopefully, ends. And then we go out to have friendships and romantic relationships or any kind of relationship in our life. And we can find ourselves fawning or people pleasing again. And I believe in this case, and maybe this is even like, as I think about this, maybe this also relates to me, but I think it comes from like a low self-confidence or a difficulty with self-worth, because we can think, they're not going to like me if I don't do things for them. They're not going to like me if I don't offer this support or that resource. And I'm here to tell you that people can love us and want to be around us just because we're us, right? It can feel like the only reason someone would ever want to be around us because our nasty self-talk is telling us we're just such a terrible person all the time. We can think the only way to get someone to want to be around us is by offering something. Like we have to have I will be the friend that goes above and beyond, always offering my support, whether that's financially, whether that's of my time, and I won't ask for anything in return, right? Because if we ask for things in return, then we're gonna have to give
Safety
even
Kuma
more.
redeemed, Safety Bob
And getting
says.
caught in that cycle can lead to, honestly, emotional burnout, and it compounds that lack of self-worth. Because I'll even give an example personally. So
Speaking of
in my
rice
relationship,
balls, have you tried frying them over a propane grilling?
Oh my God, Safety. Oh boy.
with like my friendships, because I struggle with Sean too. I'll over apologize, and he's like, stop saying sorry, and then I'm like, I'm sorry. It's a horrible nightmare with that, and I'm working on that. But with my friendships, for some reason, If I haven't been taking care of myself, again, having to check in, have I slept well, ate well, what's going on with me, super stressed out because of work, what's happening? And I have an interaction. Let's say I went out to dinner with one of my friends, because this happened. This is like years ago, but I went out to dinner with a friend, and it's happened between now and then, but this is just a very succinct example. I went out to dinner with a really good friend of mine, and we had a great time. I hadn't seen her in forever. It was good to catch up. We spent like 2 hours just hanging out, and then she was like, oh crap, I gotta go relieve the babysitter. I gotta go. I'm so sorry. And we got the check and we left, and it felt kind of, do you ever have those interactions where it was wonderful, and then the end, it was like, okay, bye. And I felt a little dysregulated, a little like, did I do something? Even though, check the facts, Katie, I knew that I didn't. But so the next day I texted her and just said, oh, it was so good to see you, good to catch up, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't hear from her until the following afternoon. And in that time from when I sent that text until that following afternoon, I had all of these like wild people pleasing thoughts where I was like, / anxious thoughts. And I was like, oh my God, she's mad at me. Maybe I did something. That's why she cut it short. Oh my God, I think I need to apologize. Something must have happened. And in that moment, and in those swirly twirly thoughts, I've learned that I need to, number one, distract. So I remember that day. I remember, calling my mom, going for a walk. It was when we were in Santa Monica and the weather was totally predictable. Texas is not totally predictable, but I would just walk around. So I went for a walk, cleared my head, called my mom, and just got myself to kind of calm down just a little bit, because I need that like dysregulation or anxious buildup to come down like 15% or so. And then I can do some fact checking, because then in my head I was like, okay, well, what proof do you have, Katie, that your friend is mad? I couldn't come up with anything. What could she possibly be upset about? I couldn't come up with any answer, because there were no facts to support this crazy, anxious, people-pleasing thought spiral I was getting caught into, where I was like, oh my God, I need to apologize. I'm going to lose this friend. Like, you go from like 0 to 100. If any of you struggle with it like I do, you know how quick your mind just goes from one to the other.
Totally.
But if I can distract and slow down and check my facts, then I'm okay. The trick is not engaging with that person and letting them know about the chaos that you're experiencing. And overall, that's what helps me distract, check facts. And that just helps me kind of push through, because here's one last example, and then we'll wrap this up, is that one of my good friends, and I think she wouldn't mind me calling her out, so I'll say her name because you guys have known her. She's been on the channel before. My good friend Rocio, in the past, not anymore, but in the past, she's had this history of like triple booking herself. And she, if she's watching this, she will giggle along, because she's like, yep, I used to do that. And it would get to the point where she'd be like racing from one thing to the next, not able to enjoy any of them, right? We've all double booked ourselves, I think, or maybe it's just us people pleasers, but it's because she didn't want to upset anybody and she didn't want to not show up. And I understood that, but I used to call her out on it, and I was like, hey, if you're feeling rushed, we can just reschedule. We can do this another time. And I bring that up because she's a close friend of mine. I love her very dearly. And it wouldn't have bothered me one bit if she had to reschedule or ask me to meet at another time, or me to come closer to her house, or whatever it may be. Now she has 3 kids, so I usually will try to meet her in a place that's easiest for her, because she has more logistical stuff, right? But friendships are about give and take, and relationships in general are about give and take. Mm-hmm. And there are times when it is helpful to give to someone, but there are also times when it's helpful for someone to give you something. Hey, you guys, editing Katie here real quick. I was just listening to the video with Sean, and I was like, I didn't mention 2 important things.
That's really loud.
Number one is, I think people pleasing sometimes for me comes out
of like flipped
a feeling of responsibility for other people's emotions. I don't know what that's about, but I have a suspicion that it's because I struggle with placing and upholding healthy boundaries, and it's something I'm constantly trying to navigate. And those 2 things combined, I feel like just makes it really complicated and confusing, because I struggle to see that relationships can have healthy boundaries. I don't always have to put the other person first.
Use the Overlord Redeemed Safety Bot says.
I think those are 2 other important components that maybe resonate with you, because that's definitely something that I've struggled with. Sorry. My therapist used to say, if you can give me a reason, if you can answer the question, what am I sorry for? I give you full
I've
permission to say you're
returned.
sorry.
For some reason, I came in and was like, who are we collabing with? Oh, wait, never mind. It's that YouTube girl kick.
No, that's great. That's so funny. Yeah, let's welcome back for that.
She's like, but
Oh
if you
man.
can't come up with an answer, that's not a real sorry then.
She's
That's
currently
people
talking
pleasing.
about yeah,
And
people pleasing.
it's one of those things like once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so I could never come up with the reason that I was sorry for like 99.99% of the times that I said it. Because I was just, I don't know why I was saying it. I actually still don't fully understand why I said that. I think it was kind of a way to like minimize myself and be like, are you mad at me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And it was just a way to like deflect and keep the peace so that no one would be in
Oh
conflict
my
with me.
gosh.
But
That feels so
anyway,
relatable
I'd love to
right
hear from
there.
you. Do you struggle with that too? Because like I said, I still have
Totally.
tough days, like when I haven't slept well, because Sean and I have a puppy. He's keeping her entertained in the other room, so
Aw.
she's not climbing all over. But and so I'm getting up earlier, so I'm not sleeping as well as I used to, and making sure that I eat regularly in my job. You know, there's a lot that's asked of me at times, so I can get really stressed out. And when those things are happening, I'll find myself apologizing more, and all of a sudden randomly worrying that one of my friends is mad at me when I have no facts to support it. And so I just have to check in with myself, and I have to pay attention to when that is coming up for me. And then try to do some opposite action. Try to, maybe it's not even any action at all, right? Because sometimes for me, people pleasing is just a lot of action. And so if I just don't do something, that can sometimes prevent me from kind of making an ass of myself or, people pleasing more. Anyway, I'd love to hear from you. How do you experience it and what's helped you? Because again, I'm still working on it. It's something I still struggle with from time to time, but yeah, I just want to have a conversation because I feel like more and more people are mentioning it and talking about it. And I want y'all to know I'm right there with you. But overall, I'm doing okay. One day at a time, I try to, take time for myself. I make time for my yoga. You guys know that helps me keep myself sane and feeling good. Trying to eat regularly and connect with people who fill me up, and also taking vacation. Sean and I are taking vacation at the end of October, beginning of November, and I couldn't be more excited.
Our
So
news,
yeah,
the
making some
Overlord
time for
redeems
downtime
Safety
is
Bob
important
says.
too. But anyway, I hope that was helpful. I hope you enjoyed this. It was just something I wanted to talk about, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have a wonderful week, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
I'm gonna just switch the screen and because I think we've watched enough videos. Yeah, that
I
was.
used to be a severe people pleaser, apologizing for breathing too loudly, saying that I could remake my husband's food if it wasn't perfect, being way too nice to absolute dicks at the diner. It honestly makes you miserable. I won't lie. I'm always upbeat and cheery, but I used to be so depressed and down all the time because I was constantly draining my energy to please other people. Really bad habit. Gotta cut yourself loose from that.
Oh, definitely, without a doubt. I totally agree with you. And Safety Bot is speaking with that. Why does the voice make everything funny? I know, right? Sorry. I had to, because some of the stuff I couldn't understand what it was saying, so I had to squint at my screen to read your message too. But yes, I know. That's why I wanted to, that caught my attention. If you want the link to the video, she's such a good, um, how to say, a good, she explains things so well. But here's the video that I was watching since you came in part way. If you want to see what she has to say, I struggle with it. I always struggled with it, and I'm still struggling with it. And if you watch me long enough, you would know that I'm sitting here always saying I'm sorry about stuff. It's like I'm sorry for even existing, kind of thing. It's like a constant battle, um, and yeah, a lot of people I'm sure can relate with that. But yeah, it's not a fun thing to live with. I'm glad that you are aware of it and are working on it. That's really the first step to recover. I think it's gonna be a lifelong battle though, because it's just what's ingrained in you from, early age, probably, right? Uh, This bot is struggling with English and we're struggling with mental problems. The bear is definitely struggling with more though. Probably. That's why I chose the Angie face because I'm like, it's just too funny looking, sitting there looking angry. It has a normal looking face, as you can tell when it starts talking. Um, the eyes look less angy, but it was just too cute to let it sit there and just like pout, like they're like going until it starts speaking, and then it's like ah ha ha ha, funny funny. But yes, Anyway, I did notice that it's almost 5 and I need to wrap things up anyway. But yeah, it was so good to be back and streaming again, even though I'm not playing games right now. Thank you for everybody for hanging out and the new follow. Um, uh, Glurp, Glurpy Slurpy. I got a new follower even though I'm not playing any games, which is amazing. So thank you. Thank you for following. And Sun for resubbing. Thank you so much. I don't think, yeah, I'm sorry that I spaced out. I don't think I did a shout out for
Following
you.
Panda, since it's so hype, I got 400 tonight. You know what would be more hype, guys? If Panda hit
Arwen
1,000
News, the
tonight.
Overlord redeemed Safety bot says.
That would be a pretty huge.
That would be that.
But yeah, Sun plays a lot of Trove as well, like Panda. They're all a big gang of Trove players. It moves really too.
Beer. I have no friends or family because I was so angry that I drove them all away. No, I'm just a lone Texas boy and I'm wandering around with my boots clicking and my guitar singing into the wind. Praise God, bless America. Amen. Said from Beer's Poof.
Said from Beer's Puff. Puff. Poof. Yeah, Beer. It is too funny. I love this. We had GLaDOS's voice, which was funny too, but
Safety Kuma redeemed Safety bot says.
Fido decided it would be funnier to have Hank's voice, so I guess now we are gonna be following or copying the other.
Those Trove support propane accessories. Asking for a friend.
Does Trove support? I don't know. But yes, yeah, so thank you everybody for just hanging out with us. Thank you, Dorn, for the penny. Yeah, it's fun to be back. I'm gonna still try to uphold this same schedule and just if I play a game, it'll probably be FG or Fate Grand Order on my phone, since I can hold it up to my face and look at it, unlike on my PC. And I have an old phone, so I can't play Genshin on my phone, for instance. It would probably turn into a big. It'd probably disintegrate if I try to install it.
Arwen News, the Overlord redeemed Safety bot says.
Uh-oh. My phone would probably poof in a smoky, fiery spectacle if I try to install Genshin on it, because it's so old and.
Drop by your local Ace Hardware and buy 69 tanks of propane for buy one get 68 free. If your name is Safety Kuma, you get a lifetime supply.
Supply? Supply. It says supply. It said supply. It almost sounds like Slurpee. Like those 7-Eleven drinks. I'm in love with this redeem. I'm glad that it's starting to. It's actually being nice and picking up all of your redeems now. It hasn't puked yet. Deeply. I might. Oh. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Don't do that, Alice. Even though it's kind of Atlas phobic. Well, it's starting to become less phobic, I think. It has been reading your more recent ones lately, which is good. I guess it just needed to warm up or something. I don't know. Again, this bot is in beta phase. I can link it if anybody is interested in trying it out themselves. It's an interesting setup. Let me see if I can find the video. Where is the video that let me see if I can find the video that I followed to set it up. Let's see here. Nope, that's not it. What was that? Maybe I can find it on my history. My history. How do you look that? My history. Okay. I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Our news, the Overlord redeemed Safety bot says.
Okay, yes. Uh-oh. Well, this is the video for the setup that we followed. Wow, that's a really long message, I just noticed. I haven't read it yet. I'll wait for the bot to see if it'll pick it up, because then I don't have to read it. I'm glad you find it entertaining, though. Come on, bot, please read the message. Stop pouting there. Read it. Read it, damn it. This is not the time to be Atlas phobic. There, read. Ah. Bot, stop being. No, not homophobic. I don't think it's homophobic. I hope it's not. I hope AI hasn't gotten that point. That'd be really sad. Yeah, I'll try. I copy pasted your message, and hopefully maybe this will work.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says.
Let's see if this works. Oh, never mind. Oh, now can you? I copy pasted. What are you doing free trial for, Safety? Maybe there's too much for it to process. Maybe the bot's like,
Safety Kuma redeemed Safety bot says.
oh no. I wonder if it's gonna. Why is it not reading it? Huh?
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed more Final Fantasy Civ? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 for free with no restrictions on playtime.
Read the other thing, dang it.
Our news, the Overlord redeemed Safety bot says.
Read it. Read it. Read it. Read it, bot. Please read it. Yeah. If you could do that. No. Poor bear. You're gonna point a gun at it. Oh. I don't know why it's not reading it. Read.
Somebody once told me, the world is gonna roll me. I'm the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb, with her finger and her thumb, in the shape of an on her forehead. Well, you're start coming, and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You.
Oh my goodness. It actually said it though, right? Did it say it this time, Safety? On your end? I had to hit the replay button.
Somebody once told me, the world is gonna roll me. I'm the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb, with her finger and her thumb, in the shape of an on her forehead. Well, you're start coming, and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You.
I don't know. I hope I maybe Atlas has ads right now, but I hope that Atlas was able to see that. That was too funny. Oh my gosh. Hey, Osaka-kan, hello. Sorry, I can't really see anything. I had to squint. I saw a red smear, a red colored name. So I'm like, oh, that's someone new, isn't it? And then I had to go look, and I'm like, oh, hey, welcome back. How are you? I'm actually just ending. I can't see anything. I was playing a lot of videos and just watching with people about mental health and stuff because there's a lot of stuff that, we need to address. Let me see. Who is streaming? I need to squint at my screen again. Oh, it's Maru. Maru is streaming. They stopped by to say hi earlier, which was nice. Oh, Brick Muppet is playing. I went to Maru yesterday, but not yesterday. The last time I streamed, I think, didn't I? Yeah, I think it was. Anyway, oh, Tappy's going on vacation. Maybe we should go say hi to Tappy, another
The
bear.
_ Osakan redeemed Safety bot says.
There's gonna be a delay, but I will wait for it. Hopefully, it will not be mean, and it will say your message in a minute.
I'm doing okay. And it's okay. I hope your eyes get better.
Thanks. I don't think my eyes will get better anytime soon until I can get my glasses back, but yeah, it just sucks. It's not a matter of just being nearsighted. It's like, you know, the motion blur in video games where it just looks really horrible and it hurts your eyes kind of thing. I have that built in naturally. I need prisms to correct it because my eyes are misaligned right now. So yeah, it's fun. It's lots of fun or something.
Our news, the Overlord
Uh-oh.
redeemed Safety bot says.
Uh-oh, you're another brick of text.
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively
_
gets more
Osakan redeemed
difficult as it
Safety bot
continues.
says.
The test is used to measure a student's aerobic capacity as part of the Fitness Gram assessment. Students run back and forth as many times as they can, each lap signaled by a beep sound. The tests get progressively faster as it continues until the student reaches their max lap score. The Pacer test score is common in the Fitness Gram software with scores for muscular stir. Well, you get your glasses back soon instead, huh?
I'm glad it read both messages. I was thinking it was gonna probably like cut off one of them, but I guess not. That's awesome. But yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for the well wishes, Osakan. Yeah, I hope I get my glasses back too. They were supposed to come back Friday and the prescription was wrong, so I'm still without glasses. And yeah, I wish it would simply be that I just can't see. It's just that I have overlapping images. Everything's like smudged in real life for me. And it's really hard because my brain
The
just
_
hurts.
Osakan redeemed Safety bot says.
It hurts to look at stuff for a long time.
Our news, the Overlord redeemed Safety bot says.
We have 2 more incoming. And just so you know, we apologize if it doesn't read it because sometimes it won't since it's in beta stage. And
Glasses are cool. Oh, get yours. Harry Potter looking ass kink.
what? Oh man. Is it gonna read the other one? I'll try to resend it and see if it will read it now. I've only ever seen it hate my messages. No, it hasn't read something from Safety and myself a couple times. But yeah, it mostly seems to not like your messages for whatever reason. I have no idea. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna. Tappy is actually playing Genshin, which is what I would really like to play right now because I can't see anything. I can't play video games right now, and it's really even hard to watch video games because it hurts my eyes. But yeah, Tappy Okuma, she is another bear VTuber. This is here. I'll do a shout out in case you get left behind. This is her.
It's just blanket cheered X50, Tappy, e-girls or I-ladies.
What's an I-lady? Internet lady or an e-girl?
Yeah, so we'll go say hi to her. Thank you again for being here. I will be streaming again tomorrow, but I don't know what I'm gonna do. if it's more videos, or am I gonna play FGO? Because I can just hold it in my face and play it on my phone. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. I don't know why it doesn't want to read. Have some head pats. I tried to refresh it, but it won't play it. Safty, if you can refund Osakan's message. Y'all, I'm watch tappy right now. Okay. Crazy. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we'll go say hi to her. But yeah, thank you again for hanging out, and hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and hope to see you maybe tomorrow. Let's see here. I have Raid.
Arwen the Overlord redeemed Safety bot says.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's the word that kind of broke it last time. Hope it doesn't break.
Dance, 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 dance.
It didn't break. Wow. Hey, well, anyway, those are the messages. The top one is for subs, the bottom one's for non-subs.
The _ Osakan redeemed Safety bot says.
But yeah, I will start the raid and see you guys later. Thank you again for stopping by. Raid, Tappy. But yeah,
See you later, Panda lin. I came late, but
Arwen
thank you
the
for the
Overlord
stream
redeemed
regardless.
Oh, you're
Safety
never
bot
late.
says.
You're fine. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that you came by. It was good to see you again. Tappy Okuma. Right, did I spell that right? Okay.
Dance, 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 dance.
Okay, it's starting the raid now. You guys can keep playing to it until the raid goes through. But yeah, have a good one. Enjoy Tappy as well. Take care. Bye bye.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says.
Deg Sucre 3 Hertz, Sucre 3 Red, Sucre 3 Spin Panda Parade, Sucre 3 Spin Sucre 3 Red, Sucre 3 Hertz Panda Parade, Sucre 3 Hertz, Sucre 3 Red, Sucre 3 Spin Panda Parade, Sucre 3 Spin Sucre 3 Red, Sucre 3 Hertz, Deg.